Congress say Democrats are bent on impeaching the president instead of trying to beat him at the ballot box in 2020, Steve.
Gernal, the White House touting President Trump's summit with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un as a success, despite an unsuccessful outcome.
The president said sometimes you have to walk away, and I think he made a very important point to North Korea and to other countries around the world about negotiating with him. He's not desperate for a deal, not with North Korea, not with anybody, if it's contrary to American national interest.
National Security Advisor John Bolton on Fox News Sunday. The U.S. and North Korea saying American sanctions were a sticking point in the summit abruptly ending without a deal. Protests continue in Sacramento after prosecutors decided not to charge 2 police officers for fatally shooting a black man.
Stephon Clark's family was obviously upset with the DA's decision not to charge those 2 officers. The family is going to hold a news conference later on this afternoon to talk about the next steps. We expect them to call for these 2 officers to be fired. The family has already filed a $20 million federal lawsuit against the city of Sacramento.
Fox's Dan Springer. The officers shot Clark after he ran away from them into his grandparents' backyard. The cops say they thought the 22-year-old had a gun, but investigators only found a cell phone. This is Fox News.
Every time I travel, there's something from home that I can't leave without. I take my Docomo Pacific Data to Go to share my stories in Taiwan, check subway routes in Tokyo, be my food guide in Hong Kong, meet new friends in the Philippines, make updates in the States, find my way around Korea, and check out all the cool shows in Singapore. It's the data I have in all the places I love for only $10 a day. Data to Go from Docomo Pacific. Better together.
Save big. Save really big when you bundle up your insurance policies with Nanbo Insurance. Insure your home, auto, motorcycle, or business with Nanbo and enjoy great savings, up to 50%. When it comes to insuring your property, no one knows better than the company with over 50 years of service to the community. Don't compromise the things that matter to you most. Call Nanbo today at 477-9754 or visit nanbo.com for more information. Nanbo Insurance, serving you since 1968.
The Senate seems to have enough votes to reject President Trump's emergency declaration for a border wall now that Republican Rand Paul says he can't go along with the White House. 3 other GOP senators also planning to vote no. That will be enough if all Democrats and their independent allies remain united in opposition. Several Democratic White House hopefuls gathering in Selma, Alabama today for events marking the anniversary of Bloody Sunday.
I want to see automatic voter registration in every state in this country. If you are 18 years of age and an American citizen, you have the right to vote, and no state official, no local official will stop you.
Senator Bernie Sanders at the King Unity Breakfast. Civil rights advocates will reenact the famous march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. A controversial documentary about Michael Jackson and claims of sexual abuse airs tonight.
The documentary, called Leaving Neverland, is the story of 2 men who say Michael Jackson abused them as boys.
He told me if they ever found out what we were doing, he and I would go to jail for the rest of our lives.
The 2 men had previously denied Jackson molested them and supported him publicly to authorities.
I want to be able to speak the truth as loud as I had to speak the lie for so long.
Jackson's brothers and nephew defend him and say the filmmakers never came to them to let them voice that defense. This year marks the 10th anniversary of Jackson's death. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
The dragon roars to the top again.
It was the home of your grandparents and their grandparents before them. But out there, beyond the edge of the world, lies the home of the dragon.
How to Train Your Dragon: The Hidden World takes first place at the weekend box office, grossing an estimated $37 million. Tyler Perry's A Medea Family Funeral finishing second with $27 million. That was $30 million for How to Train Your Dragon. I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Fox News.
Attention homeowners, MRE solar energy systems now come with battery storage for zero money down. This means that your home will have power even when the island power isn't available, like during power outages or during and after storms. The inconvenience of not having power for your home is a thing of the past. It's solar with battery storage exclusively by Micronesia Renewable Energy. Don't be left in the dark. Call 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, the smarter choice.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo, 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
It's important to have claims process that works for you. At Guahan Insurance Services, we make things simple and convenient. Same door you walk in to purchase your insurance is the same door you open to file your claim. We can't pretend that the car insurance claims process is fun, but we can promise a hassle-free and speedy recovery without any runarounds. For your home, auto, and business insurance, visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center on Marine Corps Drive in Tamuning. Don't forget to like us on Facebook or give us a call at 475-1162 or text 929-SAVE. That's 929-7283.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 6 a.m. this Monday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. A federal judge in the District of Columbia has temporarily put the brakes on GovGuam's effort to recover its costs for the environmental cleanup of the now closed Ordot dump. The Navy used the site as a dumping ground for military waste decades ago, and GovGuam has argued the federal government should bear the cost of cleaning it up. The U.S. government, however, contends the liability issue for the cleanup has been resolved. In a decision issued last Thursday, District Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson agreed to suspend the case while the Justice Department pursues an appeal of her earlier decision in GovGuam's favor. Last September, the judge ruled that GovGuam could proceed with its cost recovery claims. GovGuam contends the U.S. military substantially contributed to the environmental contamination at Ordot and should pay the full $160 million cost of cleaning it up. In this latest ruling, however, Judge Jackson agreed to put the case on hold, concluding that it would be a waste of time and resources to continue if the appeals court rules in favor of the Justice Department's claim that GovGuam cannot recover costs. Benny Crawford, an heir to ancestral land where the A.B. Wampat International Airport now sits, has lost his bid to convince an appeals court that his constitutional rights were violated as a result of GovGuam's failure to compensate him for the land. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals issued its ruling in favor of GovGuam on Friday following a hearing held in San Francisco in November. Crawford filed his lawsuit in federal court in 2015, claiming his due process and equal protection rights were violated because, unlike other ancestral landowners who got their land back, his land has not been returned and he has not been compensated. However, the appeals court upheld Chief District Court of Guam Judge Francis Tainiko Gatewood's decision that Crawford can seek compensation through the GovGuam administrative process. We'll have more news after this.
Guam Regional Medical City. We bring the healthcare advances of the world directly to you. We are an acute care hospital that complements your needs with our robust outpatient specialty clinics. From preventative care to critical care, we strive for consistent excellence at GRMC. Our core philosophy is where patients are partners, which means we work as a team to make a healthier version of you. For more information about GRMC, visit us at grmc.gu.
KFC has finally answered the world's most important question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? And the answer is both. Introducing KFC's KFC AM, their new Southern and local-inspired breakfast. AM-loaded platter with chicken fried rice, waffles, and Colonel's chicken congee. KFC also has your all-time favorites, AM chicken and egg wraps, Southern biscuit and sausage sandwich, and hash browns. So for finger-licking good mornings, AM will never be the same at KFC. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
10 minutes past 6 a.m. here at The Point. In the last 5 years, Public Health's Division of Environmental Health has conducted 5 investigations of healthcare professionals over allegations of prescription drug abuse. However, no penalties were imposed in any of the cases. Chief Environmental Public Health Officer Thomas Nadeau explains that in each case, the complaints were not substantiated or the Attorney General decided not to take any action. During the same period, Nadeau said his division received 13 reports of individuals taking part in prescription forgery and Medicaid fraud. Those cases were all referred to law enforcement because they have the resources to investigate, he said. Acting Public Health Director Linda DeNorsey discussed the challenges facing the Division of Environmental Health during her confirmation hearing on February 18th. She said that complaints of prescription forgeries and abuse by healthcare practitioners have not been acted on in a timely manner due to the lack of staffing. Antonio Artero Sablan is asking to be excused from jury duty with the District Court of Guam because he is the leader of the Chamorro Nation of Guam. In a letter to Chief Judge Francis Tadinko Gatewood, Sablan wrote that he does not wish to participate in the system that ruled in favor of the stealing of the lands of the colonized people of Guam. He wrote, "I respectfully request to be excused from serving as a juror for the very court system that has done major damage and has demoralized my family and many of my Chamorro people of Guam." He also states that he does not feel like a genuine citizen of the United States. Last month, Judge Tadinko Gatewood summoned about 20 residents who failed to appear for jury duty in December. She reminded them of their responsibilities before releasing them. A juror who fails to provide an adequate excuse for not reporting for jury duty can be held in contempt. The penalty can be a fine of up to $1,000 or 3 days imprisonment. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now with some weather.
Let's see here. Partly sunny with isolated showers. Kevin, I got east winds 15 to 20 miles an hour, decreasing after sunset. Highs near 86 degrees, and overnight lows should be about 76 degrees. Sunset tonight at 6:29. Sunrise this morning at 6:35. Earlier and earlier as we make our way through the year. Take a quick look at what's happening with the weather radar, and my weather whisperer, Michael Knight, will tell you what it is that we're looking at.
Got some isolated showers out there. This is all part of that weak trade wind disturbance. It started moving through yesterday. It'll move on through, and as the sun comes up, actually, this should dry out just a bit. So no big deal. Yeah, you might get a sprinkle or two on your way to work this morning. Looking at the satellite, we can see that trade wind disturbance kind of moving on through and down to the southeast of us, and then far down to the southeast, just some blobbage. That's the normal stuff in the near equatorial trough there. Nothing to worry about. Models are showing absolutely no development of any kind of system anywhere in the Western Pacific for at least the next couple of weeks. So, yeah, more grill marks weather out there.
There was some great, spectacular grill mark opportunities yesterday until it started raining right over your place. What was that, 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
I did not see rain at my place specifically.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it might have rained down the beach a little bit, but at my place,
it must have passed where you were, because it fell on us at Jerry's birthday party yesterday afternoon, 6:13 in the morning. No watches or warnings to worry about as far as what's happening on the waters. I don't have any high surf advisories, rip currents, and that kind of thing.
Nope, just jellyfish. Still got the jellyfish problem on the east shore.
All right, 6:13 in the morning. That's news and weather together right here on The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific, where others put branches, they place roots.
Tired of your wireless prepaid service cutting you off when you reach your limit? Introducing Unlimited for Less with the new $2.50 a day prepaid plan from GTA. Enjoy unlimited local calls, local text, and unlimited data for only $2.50 a day. And now including unlimited calls and texts to the U.S. You can post, call, or text without worrying about reaching your daily limit. Come into any GTA store or visit gta.net for more information.
6:14 in the morning, and for many people today, well, I don't know about many people, but for a lot of people today is a day off. No school, no work, that kind of thing. And so you're going, well, how do I totally capitalize on this? Avoid your own kitchen. Get everybody in the car and drive to the nearest King's restaurant, one in Harmon, one in Tuning, and get yourself some incredible breakfast items for the kids. Fruity Pebbles pancakes, s'mores pancakes, Nutella and banana French toast. They have that working for you over at King's. Mom and Dad can enjoy the ribeye and eggs or the adobo fried rice, all part of the crazy menu. It's Monday at King's.
Helen Keller once said, "Blindness separates us from things, but deafness separates us from people." At Ross Hearing Aids, it's their mission to keep you connected to the moments and the people that matter most in your life. Hearing aid technology has never been better, so schedule your complimentary hearing consultation today. Call Ross Hearing Aids, 637-HEAR, 637-4327. You should hear what you're missing.
I love you, Daddy.
How's your hearing?
It's 6:15 in the morning. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show. This Monday version brought to you by the great people at Cars Plus. Joey, Jen, Dunge, and they'll take good care of you at Cars Plus. They're driven to satisfy, driven to by you. And who else is bringing you the program? Guam Regional Medical City, the first choice for your specialty care needs. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You know, there's never been a better time to go solar. American President lines there. Shipping the future.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Not a spectacular weekend, and for some people the fun will continue. It's for some people it's a 3-day weekend, and you know who you are. You 3-day weekend people, you. Yes, you were the ones who were lounging all the way through yesterday going, yeah, I think I'll have another drink. Let's go by the bar. I think I'll have another round of the buffet, because I don't have to worry about going to work tomorrow. Yes. And we're all kind of jealous. Although I've got to say, you know, it's the morning show here on the radio station, and frankly, it almost never, at least for me, it never feels like work when I'm in here. And I'm sure that's the case over at First Hawaiian Bank. Got a note from Barbie, says First Hawaiian Bank is open today. So for those of you that are needing some visits to a financial institution, may we suggest First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with you. 6:17 in the morning, and the Ray Gibson Show. We'll get started here, kind of the way we normally do, just an introduction of everybody that works so hard to bring you this program. Michael Knight, who's in the opposite room over there, and he pushes the buttons and answers the phone. You call it 888-8255. That's 888-TALK. Was it a good weekend for you? What did you end up doing?
I just kind of rested, did chores. You know, that's pretty much my every weekend.
Morning show on Saturday at the Boss?
Saturday. Yeah, everybody had fun playing some back rockwards over there, and then after that, what did I do after that? Let's see. I went home and cleaned the house. Then I got up yesterday morning very early for some strange reason, and did my laundry and went grocery shopping. Had all my chores finished by 8 o'clock in the morning.
So what'd you do with the rest of the day?
I just watched Netflix.
Anything good?
Just various things. Nothing in particular that grabbed me.
Yeah, I'm still chugging my way through the what is it? Penny Dreadful. I've been spending a lot of time with that, and now the man of amazement, Kevin Kerrigan from the Guam Daily Post. How was your weekend?
Just fine, fine. Yeah.
Did you get your chores done by 8 o'clock yesterday? Was there any of that? Just sitting around. So we'll get around to talking about all the other cool things that took place over the weekend. Spelling bee, et cetera. I didn't necessarily participate in that because I have spell check on all of my computers and my cell phone, so I don't generally need that kind of thing. But it's important that the kids continue to do that. And 988-5874, 988-5874 is the WhatsApp number for the radio station. We believe in advanced technology, and we've got a phone here that is attached to the same gizmo that has this camera on, so that you can see what's going on Facebook Live. But there's a ton of videos that are floating around. In fact, one particular that had gotten people just absolutely incensed over the weekend, and it's this video of a woman not too far away from your place, right up the beach from Jimmy D's, and she's taken paper boxes and throwing them in the ocean. And she was caught by these people doing it, and I think there's that, and then there was a story in one of the newspapers where the mayors say, well, at least one mayor says, well, you know, issuing citations for littering, what a waste of time. What? We've finally gotten the mayors to a point where they can issue citations, and now they're apprehensive about issuing citations for litter bugs in the villages because, well, gee, we're going to issue the citation, and you know, if they challenge it, then the mayors have got to show up to court. You know, for $85,000, I suppose you could show up to court every once in a while and make sure that your citation sticks. So there's the concern that the Attorney General's office might not pay that much attention to it, but you're early in the process. We'll go ahead and yak about those kinds of things after I have an opportunity to yak about the people who are up
and early and working on a Monday morning where it would normally be a holiday for people, and we start saying hello to them with this song.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name.
Yep. Like a fiesta, and on a Friday, everybody knows your name. There's Ismail, who's usually the first guy out there. Nick Perlosky with his hoik. Tom Tahadzi saying good morning to everybody. I see Lady D is working the Facebook Live early this morning. So is Lynn Vince Borja Polino. Alpha Lynn, nice to see you there. Mark Cruz, Rico Blancaflor with his good morning. Ray and Kevin and Michael and Guam. Yes, because the entire island is tuned in right now. Juanita Machi is there. Carlos Barreto says, good morning, Ray and Team Point. Good to see you there, Carlos. This supposed ethics committee, writes Lady D. Where she wrote something down there. This supposed ethics committee should shake up these over lazy mayors and investigate 10. I'm going to have to ponder what it is that you're trying to say. Over lazy mayors? See, apparently you're upset about them not wanting to go and issue citations as well. Ken LG says, I can't wait to be able to test the ethics committee's ethics. Mark Mendiola, Gerard Destoy, and Edith Camarillo. Lillian Cruz is online. Let me see here. Tommy Barcinas, good to see Joe Leaseo Langi, Dion Shinohara, Flo Cruz, Jackie Cabrera, Gabby LG is waving around this morning. So is Francie Salas. Jackie Cabrera up in Washington State. Half a day to you, Anita Santos. Who else is playing around here? It's short. Like I said, it's a shorter list, I think, than normal because everybody else is just kind of cruising through this particular Monday. Discovery Day holiday. Well, it used to be the Discovery Day holiday, and then everybody said, "Well, wait a second. I don't know if we want to honor Magellan that way." The guy, first of all, he didn't discover Guam. There were already people here, like the Columbus thing in the States. How can you discover something if there's already people that are there? So there's that, and I think there was also the idea that, well, you brought in the Western influences, and on top of that, you know, what was the disease they brought in that killed everybody? Do you remember? You weren't around.
Smallpox.
Smallpox. There it is. And so you go, well, maybe we're not going to honor him so much. We'll honor the people of Guam and our culture and our history. Okay, gotcha. So that's what the deal is today. So it's not Discovery Day. It's I don't know. There's a whole other name for it, and I can't remember what the heck it is right now.
Imprisonment Day.
It's what? Imprisonment Day. Colonizer Day. I don't know. I just get everybody all kind of crazy about it this morning. But whatever it is, so the question that I have in my head is, wouldn't today be exactly the day that you'd want the kids in school so that we could take all of our classes and find a way to morph the culture and the history of the people of Guam into all of the classes?
We should be holding all classes today and tomorrow.
And there's that too. And I guess one of the other things is that I've been reading over the weekend is there's people now that are looking at the word tomorrow, and we riffed on this a little bit the other day because I was talking about something interesting to me, and that is the way that they have changed now the preferred spelling of the word tomorrow. Capital C, capital H. Which designates more the sound tomorrow than it does cha. So, okay, well, you got that, and A-M-O-R, and then just one R. When I was growing up, it was we pronounced everything with two R's, and I guess for economy's sake now it's just the one R, and it didn't say anything about any particular pronunciation symbols over the top of it. But so we were riffing on that, and over the weekend I was reading where they were saying that you know the great sadness is tomorrow is not even a tomorrow word. And so somebody was riffing on that in some of the publications. We might do a little bit of that here this morning.
That's what I say. You know, what did the Chamorro people call themselves before the Spanish got here? For instance,
I don't know.
The Navajo up in
wasn't
northern
around.
Arizona, they simply called themselves Diné, which means the people.
Mhm.
So what did the Chamorro people call themselves before they were called Chamorro?
I have no idea. You know what?
Somebody's
Usually for something like that, I go to my Uncle Robert and say, Uncle, because he's the oldest member. Well, he's not the oldest one in the family, but you know, he's
the last one standing.
Yeah, yeah. So he's up there. Is my point, and so and he was also a history professor at the University of Guam. So for things like that, where I really need to kind of dig into the specificity of things and understand the science, he is the guy that I talk to. What do we got here? Ismail saying disease that killed off everybody. Ismail says it, Catholicism at gunpoint. Gabby says Linda Gabriel trying to remain anonymous until 2020. That's interesting stuff here this morning. Anonymous until 2020. How is that working out for everybody? I was looking at the table of contents and sorting through a bunch of potential topics, and the Guam Daily Post, in one of the newspapers in the stack, has riffed on in their editorial the idea that the term limits might be good for the legislature. And we tried to talk with Tello about it a little bit earlier in the last week. We were talking with Tello a little bit about her plan to introduce a measure at the legislature, and who knows, maybe even get a public hearing on whether or not we can introduce term limits at the legislature. And it's an idea that we talked about one way or the other. I don't know, the last 15 years that I've been in talk radio, and it always seems to stop at the Organic Act, where the Organic Act is the deciding factor on what the qualifications are for people to run for public office, at least over at the legislature. And it doesn't say anything about whether you could be disqualified from running for legislature if you've already been in there a term or two or three. And so, there's a conventional wisdom is because it's not in the Organic Act, it cannot be an impediment to running. Others say, well, if it's not in the Organic Act, then it's something that the legislature and the government of Guam might be able to prescribe for itself. Right? If Congress didn't put it in there, then, gee, it must be left up to the state or territory to determine what's going to be in there. So I think that's part of the argument that we might see moving forward over at the legislature. And I'm looking at the editorial going, there's probably never going to be a better example of why we might need term limits than what took place last week over at the legislature, and the unanimous support that Bill 30-35 got, despite the fact that there is still no concrete hard number, and I don't know, they attempted to do some kind of due diligence, but never got the numbers out of the finance committees on what it was going to cost us. So I'm going, well, I got to find a countdown clock. How many days, months, and years are there between now? And this might be an assignment for somebody on the Facebook Live. How much time is there between now, today, and the next election? When can we start looking at finding new people to occupy a variety of positions over at the legislature? In the first session that they get, they have an opportunity to say, well, we're going to hold off on this. Going to hold off on this until we have more information, until we know what the impact is going to be. Now, there's another bill that's floating around over at the legislature. I don't have the paperwork in front of me. But basically, the idea is that there's going to be some changes being made to the committee that puts together the health insurance plans and makes the selections of the health insurance plans for the government of Guam. And I'm looking over this, and I'm looking at all the people that might be a part of this committee. There it is. The current composition of the government of Guam health insurance negotiating team includes the director of the Department of Administration, administrator of the Department of Integrated Services for Individuals with Disabilities, director of the Budget Bureau and Management Research, superintendent of the Department of Education, director of the Government of Guam Retirement Fund. It also includes a retiree who is a member of the Retirement Fund, the chairperson on the Committee on Health, chair of the Committee on Appropriations, and a representative from the legislative branch appointed by the Speaker, and a representative from the judicial branch appointed by the Chief Justice. What's missing? The special appointee to the EIEIO department. What is missing is who is there to represent the taxpayer. Where is the taxpaying ombudsman? in that committee? Who's going to be the one that sits down and says, "Gee, I'm looking at all of these plans and all of the that has been submitted now by all of these insurance companies, and they all look pretty good." But nobody is there that says that we need to give the taxpayers a break on this. What was it? 80%? Is the conversation I was having last week about 80% of the health insurance costs for employees and retirees in the government of Guam is carried by the taxpayer. Yeah. And they say, well, the government of Guam share. I like the way they put that. Gov Guam share is 80%. It's not Gov Guam share. It's our share. So who is representing us, you and I, taxpayers, on that negotiating committee? And the answer is, so far, nobody. So Sotelo needs to get back and sharpen the pencil on that and make sure that there is somebody from around our part of the island that can sit down and say, whoa, that's a great plan, but it's kind of pricey. Maybe we can scale it back so it doesn't nick the taxpayers so much. 6:31 in the morning, and guess what? Time for headlines from the Guam Daily Post. Here's Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. In the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning, 27-year-old Frank Joseph Salas Guzman is being held on a $500,000 cash bail in the death of 63-year-old Pyong Sik Lee. Lee was found on the grounds of his construction company lot in Harmon on February 19th. He was beaten and stabbed to death. Guzman appeared in Superior Court Friday afternoon via video conference from prison for a magistrate hearing. He is charged with aggravated murder, robbery, aggravated assault, theft of a motor vehicle, along with the use of a deadly weapon. According to the magistrate complaint, Guzman told police that he was high on crystal methamphetamine the morning of the attack. Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan set the bail at $500,000 cash. Guzman remains in custody. A preliminary hearing has been set for March 11th. Shen Corporation, the company that owns Prestige Automobiles, pleaded no contest to charges of tampering with public records in Superior Court on Friday. The company agreed to pay a fine of $10,000 as part of a plea deal with the Attorney General's office. The government will now file a motion to dismiss the charges against company Chief Executive Officer John Shen, his son Jonathan Shehao Shen, and Orlando Domingo, who worked as a sales manager at Prestige. The three were alleged to have fraudulently registered luxury vehicles that were later shipped to China. The company paid the fine during the hearing with a check presented by defense attorney Randy Cunliffe. And he later filed for a motion for expungement on behalf of his clients. A typographical error in a lease agreement between the Port Authority of Guam and AquaWorld led to the company receiving 10 more acres than originally intended. According to the governor's transition report, AquaWorld should have received just 1 acre but was handed 11. The report notes that a 2001 decision in Superior Court concluded that the lease agreement was in error. Between 2008 and 2010, discussions were held with AquaWorld on amending the lease to reflect the 1 acre instead of 11 acres, but the death of the AquaWorld owner and change of legal counsel delayed execution of the revised lease. According to the transition report, it recommends that the port now review the disputed lease and determine if it's in the port's interest to seek a revision or terminate the lease altogether. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
It's 6:33 in the morning, and we'll call that iConnect time. Swing by the nearest iConnect in 2019 and learn about the great plans they've got for all kinds of telecommunication needs that you may have. Internet, yeah, they got that. Mobile phones, plenty of those. And how about push-to-talk? Killer technology that is even better in 2019. Call iConnect and find out.
Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. Half a day. I'm Rita Tidegui of Manila, and this is where I start my day, listening to the voices of our community and sharing thoughts about issues that affect all of us. It all boils down to our people and our land. Ingatan ang iyong tahanan. Protect your home. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by my friends over at Subway. Had the opportunity to run in there not that long ago and enjoy the fantastic flavors that they've got. Personally, for me, it's the BMT on what have we got? 9 green honey oat. That and some chips and a soda. That's the way we're talking about lunch at Subway. Make it what you
When
want.
your family needs medical care, how often do you find the need to visit multiple clinics? When a child has a serious ailment, do you find yourself meeting a medical provider only to learn you must go somewhere else for testing? At the FHP Health Center, you can find multiple specialties and testing services under one roof. And if your family needs urgent care, FHP is there for you with convenient weekday, evening, and weekend hours. Voted the island's best clinic and Pika's best 2 years in a row. FHP, our island, your clinic. Learn more at fhpguam.com.
Traffic is mo time. Let me see. Is there anything working here this morning? 6:35. My guess is that it's going to take if there's any traffic at all, it'll take a while to build up. Don't see anything heading in front of Anderson Air Force Base right now. Nothing major. Marine Corps Drive southbound from Jigo into Dededo and then over by Kmart. Nothing happening here because there's no school at John F. Kennedy High School. Doesn't look like there's anything going to slow you down anywhere between the intersection of 4 and 10 and into the downtown Hagutnia area. Nothing in front of Big Navy or Navy Hospital. Should be a great time to go drive if you need to. It's 6:36, and that's right now traffic here on The Point.
Every time I travel, there's something from home that I can't leave without. I take my Docomo Pacific data to go to share my stories in Taiwan, check subway routes in Tokyo, be my food guide in Hong Kong, meet new friends in the Philippines, make updates in the States, find my way around Korea, and check out all the cool shows in Singapore. It's the data I have in all the places I love for only $10 a day. Data to go from Docomo Pacific. Better together.
Any speaker, anytime. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I was talking a couple of minutes ago about one of my favorite meals over at Subway. But, you know, Lent is around the corner. Ash Wednesday coming up this Wednesday. And for many of the island's faithful, there's a great chance not to eat like red meat all the way through. I mean, I know some people that start, you know, thinking about what their sacrifice is going to be through the Lenten season. I know people that swear off rice for Lent.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, because rice is so ingrained in our culture and in our daily diets, these people become the most unhappiest people of all time.
Yeah,
they just you see them and it's lunchtime somewhere and they're ordering and they just get that look like, oh, what have I done? What?
Guilty look.
Yeah. No, oh my God! Did I really for Lent say I wasn't going to have rice? So there's that. I used to have Michael Bob swore off alcohol for the entire 40 days and 40 nights of Lent. Right. And you just got to know he was also among the unhappy.
I can feel him.
Through some of that. But here's the thing. For a lot of people, you know, the sacrifice is on days of obligation or all the way through. We're just not going to have any kind of meat. And you're going, well, gee, then what's the point of going to Subway? Subway's got shrimp and guac. That's going to be their big deal at Subway. Generous portions of whole shrimp and a spread of guacamole. Hurry in, available for a limited time because it's Lent. At Subway, make it what you want. There, that's what I wanted to say. 6:38 in the morning. And as I said, there were a number of people that chimed in on the social media on essentially the environment. If this makes sense to you, huh? But one of them is a story. And I forget what day it was, but it was people were lamenting and sharing the link on Facebook about how there are mayors out there that have finally gotten the opportunity, that got the citation books, they've got the training, but don't feel that the time is right now to be handing out citations for littering. And if you think about it, drive around your village. Drive around your village. I mean, is that not a problem? A little bit of a blight in the village where somewhere along the way there's the unlicensed dump or somebody just throwing trash off the side of the road. And you wish that there's somebody that could do something about it. I was, Mayor Melissa Savares and I last week talking about these guys. They're kind of like locusts, if you will. They'll set up a tire shop on the side of the road. So you got some old you want to change out the tires on your car, put the new ones on. You don't necessarily want to go to a business that does this, that is licensed to do this, that has the facilities to be able to dispense with the tires. No, I'm gonna go on the guy up in somewhere between in that Neverland between Jigo and Dedido. And I want to say it's over by Woostig because I ran right by one of these places yesterday morning. And I was wondering to myself, has Mayor Savares seen these people? Have the police come by and seen these people and talked to them about the right and wrong way of doing things, and whether there were tires that were at this lot that needed to get dispensed with? And most of the time, it's not. Nobody goes and checks on these guys, and then everybody acts surprised, 3 months later when they abandon that workplace that they've got, and there's stacks of tires in the back. And so the idea that there are mayors that now finally have the opportunity to be able to cite people and then not doing it because they consider it kind of a waste of time, well, that got people incensed. That in combination with a video I'm going to play for you right now that showed up on my WhatsApp. Forget which day of the weekend it was, but it showed up, and it's one of those things where I just kind of shook my head and said, "You got to be kidding!" And I'm playing it for you on Facebook Live now. I'm not sure if you can hear what it sounds like, but there's a guy. I can't hear anything. There he is. Okay, so there's a guy that sees this woman and confronts her about throwing this trash in the ocean.
Is that necessary?
Is that necessary?
Why?
And so she's walking up and down the beach, kind of a fashionable pantsuit. It says, and she says, "Well, you got to put the trash in the water." She says it's not trash, but clearly it is. It looks like a couple of cardboard boxes, and there's at least one Bud Light box that she carries with her. You can see her carrying it now.
What are you doing?
There's the cameraman.
That's those guys. Excuse me, the trash can's right there.
Yes, I know, but it's not.
But what are you doing? This is my island.
She just throws the boxes into the water. Right down the street, in between, I think, Jimmy D's and Santa Fe.
I'm sorry.
We're gonna call the police.
And I don't know that the police are ever called. The video that I have kind of concludes with her lumbering back to where she was, kind of like a Sasquatch there. And there is a truck with a flashing light on it. And I don't know where that truck is. And it is hoped now that somebody in some office of authority was able to find out who this person was and maybe issue some kind of citation. I don't know.
That's the park cleanup crew there and the truck with the flashing light. They go by and empty the trash every day.
Uh-huh.
And so, yeah, they were the ones actually that are there to stop that sort of thing. So I'm not sure how that was resolved.
Why didn't they stop that sort of thing from
I guess
happening?
they didn't have a gun at the time.
It's just one of those things that kind of scratch your head. My first thought was great litter bug. My second thought was deport, but I don't know what's going to end up happening with that. So we'll watch and find out where the be-all, end-all is. So what the mayors are saying, as I understand it, is it's a waste of time. We're going to write out the citation, and then it's going to go to the Attorney General's office, and maybe they'll do something about it. But they got rapes and murders and drug charges that they've got to deal with. So it's possible that our puny citation isn't going to amount to much of a hill of beans there, and nothing is going to happen anyway. There's also the thought that we'll issue a citation, somebody will challenge it, and then I, the mayor, have to show up at court to defend said citation. Okay, got that. And that sounds like too much trouble for the small salary that the mayors get. Yeah, there was definitely tongue-in-cheek on that one. And so what they're thinking is, well, you know what we could do is, because there's all this paperwork that people need from the mayors. So if we cite somebody and then they don't clean up their act, they don't come to Jesus, then what we can do is we can hold out on mayoral paperwork. Like if they need to go and get their WIC card or their SNAP benefits, and they got to have something from the mayors, we'll just withhold that until these people kind of line themselves up with what's right in the world. Yeah, well, maybe not. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens there. Katie Pelicani says, love the beer. Thanks for saying so. Appreciate that. Greg Massey and Big Sister Shelley's on. Good morning and happy Mes tomorrow for just about everybody. Katie's up in San Diego. Nice to see you out in San Diego. When you coming back home? Andy Tadinko's online. Juanita Machi, Renee Punzalan. Nice to see you there. And Nate Horn, who I had the opportunity to meet up with over the weekend. I don't know about you. I had a killer weekend. It got to be Friday night. And as I mentioned, you might note that the hair has been adjusted. And part of that had to do with the fact that I was at GCC. They have had a summit at Guam Community College. Brought in a bunch of professionals from all over the place. And part of the summit was an opportunity for the cosmetology class to get together and show off what it is that they do. So they had kind of a hair and makeup presentation spanning 100 years from 1910 to 2010. And so I was the MC of that, and I had a good time. But when I got there, they kind of looked at me and said, "Oh, we got to do something with the hair." So they straightened everything out, and fortunately left a little bit on the top here, which is good because that's where the receding part of the hairline seems to be going. So thanks very much, Johnny's. I appreciate the work that you did on the hair. Maybe one of these days we can work on the face. And then I woke up on Saturday and ran the Rainbows for All Children. Not a 5K, 3.5-mile race. That was fun. Came in second place in my division, so I was very, very happy about that. And then it got to be Saturday night, and it was the Guam Women's Club Mardi Gras, which was crazy fun. Then woke up early yesterday and went running for 16 miles on the road. I did not run in the gate-to-gate race. I started at Anderson, ran south for 8 miles, and then ran back up with some of the other people that were in the actual gate-to-gate deal. So that was how I celebrated my Biba Mes Tomorrow weekend. And then as I mentioned yesterday, a buddy of mine, Jerry, had a birthday party over at the beach, and so I concluded everything with that. So that's how I got into and out of the weekend. As I said, here it is, the Monday after all of that. I'm working, Kevin's working, Mike's working, but I know a number of people that are just now kind of coming to from Saturday and Sunday and making their way, and for them is going to be a holiday. So what have I got on the table of contents here for today? Story that we started touching on last week. There's one or two of you on Facebook Live that will ask me, because they know that I am a font of wisdom and have the sacred knowledge, or at least know who to talk to, about tax refunds. And the short answer on tax refunds is, there ain't any yet. You might have filled in your paperwork. You might have turned in your actual return, but that may not turn into a tax refund for a little bit. The clock doesn't actually start running until the 15th of April, and then that's when the island of Guam, the government of Guam, is under court order to make sure that you get your tax refunds in a certain amount of time. But you sign up early, you get it in early, and the only high side to that is that it's first in and last out. So if you got your paperwork in, the second the forms were available, the second that the lady in HR gave you your paperwork and your tax documents from the bank and all of that stuff, if you got all of that in, wonderful, good for you. You'll be among the first to get your tax refunds when they start sending out tax refund checks. But when I talked to the guy at the Department of Revenue and Taxation the other day, the answer was, no, we don't have anything going out just yet. There are apparently still some 2017 returns that are getting some kind of love and attention. My understanding, about $370,000 worth of old refunds from the tax year 2017 are going out. But so far, nothing for tax year 2018. A couple of other stories that I think are interesting, and in fact, the one that I'd forgotten about, and that is, speaking of litter and trash, there is the deal with the ORDOT dump. And you'll recall how much it cost us with the consent decree and the lady over at the court who said people of Guam got this dump, and there's no lining at the bottom, and there's leachate, and it's a disaster for the environment, and they basically shut it down. Brought in a receiver that some people say was another ripoff for the people of Guam, and there were a few people at the time that said, you know what? Why are we being held responsible? Why is Guam being held responsible for the disaster, the unmitigated disaster that is the Ordot dump? We didn't start that dump. The Navy did back in the day, post-war. And if anybody knows what's at the actual bottom of the Ordot dump, it would be the federal government. And so that was a line of thinking that led to a court case. Like I said, I'd completely forgotten about it, where the government of Guam now is perched against the federal government of the United States of America because they were and the theory is that they should have had a larger role in recovering from the consent decree and maybe even paying off some of the receiver to the tune of about $160 million. But it looks like that case now is on hold. Now, what was it that the judge had said? Something about the expensive and voluminous discovery that would take place?
No, she put it on hold, concluding that it'd be a waste of time and resources to continue if the appeals court rules in favor of the U.S. government. The Justice Department's claim that Gov Guam cannot recover costs. That's the U.S. government's claim. So they're not entitled to recover the cost.
Wait, who's the people of Guam would not be entitled to recover the cost?
Correct.
If so that appeal is working its way through the court. So nothing is going to happen until that case is done.
That's it.
Okay, but $160 million is what we're going to be asking.
A lot of money.
So now, in terms of the discovery, though, what would that entail, do you suppose? I mean, do you think there's any records that go back to the end of the Second World War that would indicate what's there?
It would be interesting to find out what's at the bottom there.
Yeah. I mean, when did it all start? At which point did some commander, some skipper out there said, hey, you know what, we got some trash, we got to get rid of it. There's a valley out in Ordot that we might be able to drive a truck down there and we'll just empty all this stuff out and that would be the beginning of the Ordot dump.
Yeah, but I don't imagine that somebody was there with a checklist saying, okay, we got one old tank, we got grenades here, we're going to dump, and, I don't think there's a record of all of that.
Could you mine it, though? Would that be the way to do it?
That probably would be dangerous as well.
Some kind of excavation. There might also be the possibility of some kind of kaboom going off. I don't know, but it is kind of interesting. Johnny Gerber was an old friend of mine, radio DJ from back in the day. Many people will know his name because of the museum down in Biadalup. But Johnny was one of these guys. When he was a kid, he would go into the dump because it's not too far off from where he grew up. But when he was a kid, he'd go down there and he told me stories of all kinds of stuff that he found back there, and I think that led to his desire to be able to, and he knew where places were in the jungle where the military had kind of socked away all kinds of stuff, and I think some of the things that the military had socked away turned into exhibits over at his museum. But have to talk to him and the family about that. But it was one of those things where the Gerber kids knew where all the cool stuff was hidden back in the day, and I suppose that would coincide to a degree with the conclusion of the hostilities in the Second World War. Anyway, 6:53 in the morning. That gets to be an interesting story. A couple of other items on the table of contents as we talk about the environment. Happy to see where a ton of volunteers took to Tengisin Beach and cleaned that up. There's a story in the Daily Post about the army of men and women that went down there. I think from GTA, right? That went down there to clean up Tengisin Beach and save it. The problem is, it's Tengisin. It's out of the way. Not too many people float by there, and unfortunately, my guess is it will probably be trashed again in another couple of weeks. That's the case all over the island. In fact, I go for grill marks at a beach down at the end of Tumon. And I got the thing that I lay on, and I got a cooler with my refreshments in it, and I always bring a trash bag from the house. And yesterday, the trash bag outweighed the cooler on the way out. It must have been about 20, 25 pounds of trash, because I'll go up and down the beach area, and whatever it is that gets left over from the previous week, or in some cases the previous night, goes into the bag, and I throw it away at the nearest trash can. But in this case, it was heavy. It was a heavy bag that I was carrying out of the place. So there's a whole lot of that. Maybe a few more people with a few more trash bags will help out wherever it is that it just can't. And I don't want to blame people. I don't want to be the guy that gets up there and says, well, it's just a bunch of dirty birds, a bunch of litter bugs, because the problem is, where I was picking up trash, there is no trash container. There is no place to put trash. I think in my heart of hearts that people want to do the right thing with their refuse, but can't. And I've railed against the Department of Parks and Recreation on this for as long as I can remember. As you go hang out over by the Paseo. As a matter of fact, we got the Statue of Liberty's out there, and there's all these pavilions, and there's all kinds of people that use the pavilions, seemingly on a 24-hour-a-day party basis out at the Paseo area, and they've got their beer, and they got their beer cans, and they got their junk, and fast food containers. And where do they go when they're done with the beer? There's no trash cans there, so people just kind of leave the trash where it is. And I think that becomes one of our big problems. If you are in this new version of the government of Guam and you're in charge of the beautification task force, i.e., who's that guy? Josh Tenorio? Then I suppose maybe that ought to be part of the solution. Now, the reason why I am told that the Department of Parks and Recreation doesn't put trash cans at these locations is because people bring their house trash and dump it there. But that leads into a whole other conversation about maybe needing to have some kind of a special rate for people that can't afford to pay the solid waste fees. Do we want to do that in 4 minutes? Nah, I don't have the time to get to that before it gets to be the top of the hour. But certainly something that we've got to investigate, to take a look at, and to think about. So as you're driving around and enjoying your Mes Tomorrow holiday, take a look at all of these places that generally get trashed on a regular basis, and wonder what the solution is to all of that. I venture a guess and say, just put out some trash cans and empty them on a regular basis, and who knows, we might be able to get our head around this particular problem. One of the other court cases that I thought has got an interesting conclusion on it is a piece of court paperwork that came out over the weekend for Benny Crawford. And we'll see if we might be able to get Benny on the line a little bit later on to talk about this. It looks that, like his case, has suffered a pretty big setback. Benny Crawford, for many years, represented a group of people who had land before the war. And then the war came, and the Japanese took it over, and then the Japanese lost, and then the federal government took it over, and in a lot of cases, it reverted back to the civilian ownership, ancestral rights. But in some cases, they weren't able to do that. Benny Crawford and others are in a real unique situation in that the land that their family had prior to the war turned into the Guam International Airport, and that whole complex. Now, as far as I know, his family may have never been compensated for that, and he put together a claim against the government years ago, he and others, that said, all right, we understand that we're never ever going to be able to get any kind of use out of this land. We're not going to get compensated for it anymore, but golly, are there other lands in the government of Guam that you might be able to trade with us? And they'd actually identified some lands up north. Problem was, at the time, those lands were being eyed by a couple of big mainland corporations who recognized that there's going to be this massive military buildup on Guam, and maybe they might want to do something with it. So that case never kind of went anywhere, but apparently there's been some kind of a ruling in the court that says, yeah, the government of Guam was able to do something. I don't know, I'll get it and read it to you, but it looks like it's on its way to a dismissal. We'll see what the nature of that setback is when we get a chance to talk with Benny a little bit later on in the morning. In the meantime, looking at the clock here, just seconds away from the 7 o'clock hour. For those of you that are sleeping in this morning, well, I hope you enjoy it. There are a few that have woken up early today. See, my buddy Nick's there, and Mandy, and Lasia is there. And I love the Cambodia refrigerator magnet. Lasia recently came back from a trip to Cambodia, which is one of those crazy East Asian places, and brought me a refrigerator magnet. It is my souvenir fetish. I don't get a chance to travel to interesting and exotic places, so when people do, I ask them to bring me something back. So thanks very much, Lasia. Certainly appreciate it. Anyway, 7 o'clock in the morning, Fox News Live is coming up next. On the other side of that, Kevin Kerrigan with a look at all the big stories, stuff that's on my table of contents, and hopefully on your table of contents as well. Stick around, Brown. More fun on the way in the Ray Gibson Show on KUSG. Good morning.
Democrats demanding documents. I'm Steve Rappaport, Fox News. The head of the House Judiciary Committee says the panel will request records tomorrow on dozens of people from President Trump's administration, family, and businesses. Congressman Jerry Nadler telling ABC's This Week it's not an impeachment investigation yet.
We may or may not get there, but what we have to do is protect the rule of law.
Republicans calling the move a desperate one.
It's gotten way out of control in terms. This has nothing to do with Russia anymore.
Congressman Devin Nunes on Fox's Sunday Morning Futures. The White House pushing back at critics who call President Trump's summit with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un a failure.
National Security Advisor John Bolton says the president defended Homeland Safety interests in Hanoi by not accepting a North Korean promise to denuclearize in exchange for greater sanctions relief.
To get economic benefits, which provide their economy a lifeline, get them out of the trouble they're in, and then allow them to go back to the nuclear program.
On Fox News Sunday, Bolton says the president is willing to talk to Kim again.
Fox's Gernal Scott talks abruptly broke down because of an impasse on sanctions. SpaceX successfully launching a capsule designed for crew members to the International Space Station.
The capsule also demonstrating its automated maneuvering abilities. It followed commands to first back away from the space station before docking without help from the robotic arm that typically guides spacecraft into position.
Capture confirmed.
These amazing feats show us not how easy our mission is, but how capable we are of doing hard things. Welcome to the new era in spaceflight.
If this goes as planned on Friday with the splashdown, 2 astronauts may go in a Dragon capsule as soon as July.
Fox's Robert Gray. This is Fox News.
Shrimp and guacamole for Lent at Subway. The all-new shrimp and guacamole combines generous portions of whole shrimp and a spread of guacamole served on freshly baked bread, paired with vegetables cut fresh daily in restaurants and sauces that are sure to excite your taste buds. Hurry in, it's only available for a limited time. Other fresh Lenten flavors include the classic tuna or the mouth-watering greatness of our seafood sensation. Don't forget the Veggie Max, a delicious and tasty vegetarian patty. Visit any of our convenient locations today. At Subway, you make it what you want.
The Treasury Department taking steps to avoid cruising past the debt limit.
For the past year, the debt limit capping how much the U.S. Treasury can borrow has been suspended, but that legislation expired last week, so the Treasury is taking steps to clear space ahead of a likely fight in Congress. The national debt topped $22 trillion for the first time ever last month. In a letter to congressional leaders, Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin says he's suspending sales of some securities state and local governments use as a step to avoid a default of debt. Congress has routinely raised or suspended the debt limit, but legislation required is often contentious. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
ISIS militants desperately clinging to their last stronghold in eastern Syria.
The final major battle against ISIS is underway in the Syrian city of Baghouz. Democratic forces there say the group should be defeated within days. The Syrian Democratic Forces say the remaining ISIS territory is filled with landmines and tunnels, making it difficult to clear out the last group of fighters. According to reports on Friday, numerous civilians were evacuated from the area before ISIS engaged in an 18-hour battle with democratic forces.
Fox's Trey Yingst in the Middle East Bureau. A snowstorm heading to the northeast after pummeling portions of the Midwest. Meanwhile, further down south,
some big thunderstorms that are going to be sweeping across the south. Some of this could become severe weather. We could be talking about hail, damaging winds, as there's an area now stretching across portions of southern Alabama into central Georgia. All areas where you could see a severe threat this afternoon running into the evening hours. Now, on the backside of this system, there's more problems, and that's cold air that eventually is going to bring a big freeze to the country.
Fox News meteorologist Adam Klotz. Those clowns in Washington is known as a jab at Congress, but Steve Lowe was the real deal who tried to laugh among lawmakers. The professional circus clown who ran for office last year has died in South Carolina. Lowe was 53 years old. I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Fox News.
Every time I travel, there's something from home that I can't leave without. I take my Docomo Pacific data to go to share my stories in Taiwan, check subway routes in Tokyo, be my food guide in Hong Kong, meet new friends in the Philippines, make updates in the States, find my way around Korea, and check out all the cool shows in Singapore. It's the data I have in all the places I love for only $10 a day. Data to go from Docomo Pacific. Better together.
KFC has finally answered the world's most important question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? And the answer is both. Introducing KFC's KFC AM, their new Southern and local inspired breakfast. AM loaded platter with chicken fried rice, waffles, and Colonel's chicken congee. KFC also has your all-time favorites, AM chicken and egg wraps, Southern biscuit and sausage sandwich, and hash browns. So for finger-licking good mornings, AM will never be the same at KFC. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Guam Regional Medical City. We bring the healthcare advances of the world directly to you. We are an acute care hospital that complements your needs with our robust outpatient specialty clinics. From preventative care to critical care, we strive for consistent excellence at GRMC. Our core philosophy is where patients are partners, which means we work as a team to make a healthier version of you. For more information about GRMC, visit us at grmc.gu.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 7 a.m. this Monday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. 27-year-old Frank Joseph Salas Guzman is being held on $500,000 cash bail in the death of 63-year-old Pyong-Sik Lee. Lee was found on the ground of his construction company lot in Harmon on February 19th. He was beaten and stabbed to death. Guzman appeared in Superior Court Friday afternoon via video conference from prison for a magistrate hearing. He is charged with aggravated murder, robbery, aggravated assault, theft of a motor vehicle, along with the use of a deadly weapon. According to the magistrate report, Guzman told police that he was high on crystal methamphetamine the morning of the attack. Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan set bail at $500,000 cash. Guzman remains in custody. A preliminary hearing has been set for March 11th. Shen Corporation, the company that owns Prestige Automobiles, pleaded no contest to charges of tampering with public records in Superior Court on Friday. The company agreed to pay a fine of $10,000 as part of a plea deal with the Attorney General's office. The government will now file a motion to dismiss the charges against company Chief Executive Officer John Shen, his son Jonathan Shehao Shen, and Orlando Domingo, who worked as a sales manager at Prestige. The three were alleged to have fraudulently registered luxury vehicles that were later shipped to China. The company paid the fine during the court hearing with a check presented by their defense attorney, Randy Cunliffe. Cunliffe has now filed for a motion for expungement of all the charges on behalf of his clients. We'll have more news after this.
Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. Half a day. I'm Rita Tidegui of Manila, and this is where I start my day, listening to the voices of our community and sharing thoughts about issues that affect all of us. It all boils down to our people and our land. Ingatan ang iyong tahanan. Protect your home. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
Experience the Take Care difference. Take Care members can count on accessing a high-quality, credentialed network of on-island providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and Urgent Care, access to an extensive off-island network of providers, and the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. You can count on Take Care to deliver comprehensive, accredited insurance coverage and quality health care when and where you need it. Take Care. Our island, your health plan. Learn more at takecareasia.com.
10 minutes past 7 a.m. here at The Point. A federal judge in the District of Columbia has temporarily put the brakes on GovGuam's effort to recover its costs for the environmental cleanup of the now closed Ordot dump. The Navy used the site as a dumping ground for military waste decades ago, and GovGuam has argued that the federal government should bear the cost of cleaning it up. U.S. government contends, however, that the liability issue for the cleanup has already been resolved. In a decision issued on Thursday of last week, District Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson agreed to suspend the case while the Justice Department pursues an appeal of her earlier decision in GovGuam's favor. Last September, the judge ruled that GovGuam could proceed with its cost recovery claim. GovGuam contends the U.S. military substantially contributed to the environmental contamination at the Ordot dump and should pay the full $160 million cost of cleaning it up. However, in this latest ruling, Judge Jackson agreed to put the case on hold after concluding that it would be a waste of time and resources to continue if the appeals court rules in favor of the Justice Department's claim that GovGuam cannot recover any costs. Benny Crawford, an heir to ancestral land where the A.B. Wampat International Airport now sits, has lost his bid to convince an appeals court that his constitutional rights were violated as a result of GovGuam's failure to compensate him for the land. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals issued its ruling in favor of GovGuam on Friday following a hearing held in San Francisco in November. Crawford filed his lawsuit in federal court in 2015, claiming his due process and equal protection rights were violated because, unlike other ancestral landowners who got their land back, his land has not been returned and he has not been compensated. However, the appeals court upheld Chief District Court Judge Francis Tydenko Gatewood's decision that Crawford can seek compensation through the GovGuam administrative process. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now with some weather.
Now, is that the case where they've got a process for it, but it's never been successfully, nobody's ever been able to get anything through it?
Apparently.
7:11 in the morning. Hi, Benny. That's what we got for you. In terms of weather, let me take a quick look at the weather write-up that Mike gives me this morning. Partly sunny, isolated showers, winds from the east up to about 20 miles an hour, decreasing in some after sunset. Highs near 86 degrees, lows around 76 degrees. Sunset tonight at 6:30 and sunrise tomorrow morning about 6:35. And now we'll take a look at the weather radar. Mike will tell you what the weather is going to be like in the very, very near term. How's it look, Mike?
Well, it's looking pretty good out there. Just isolated showers rolling through. These should start drying up as the sun comes up throughout the morning. So maybe a little wet spot here or there on the roads on your way to wherever you're going, even if it's work or not. Looking at satellite, we can see why. It's just nothing but these little mottled clouds that come along with the eastern flow of the trade winds. Nothing too big to worry about there, just a few clouds here and there. The stuff down to the southeast part of the near equatorial trough, it's very, very far away, and no signs of development are in the models. So looking like good quiet weather for at least this week and probably next as well.
And now I'm going to ask you if today would be an appropriate day for grill marks, but before I do that, I think I need to define for some people what grill marks are. I've done this a couple of times before. Grill marks are that feeling you get when you're outside, you're laying on the beach, and you can actually almost hear your skin sizzle because there's so much sun out there. And yesterday was awesome for grill marks. Saturday was great for grill marks. And I got a feeling today will be awesome for grill marks for people to want to hit the beach.
Yeah, today will be just as nice. Might have to dodge an occasional shower, but should be great.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the deal. You're at the beach, go in the water anyway, just to enjoy yourself. 7:13, that's news and weather together here on The Point.
Helen Keller once said, "Blindness separates us from things, but deafness separates us from people." At Ross Hearing Aids, it's their mission to keep you connected to the moments and the people that matter most in your life. Hearing aid technology has never been better, so schedule your complimentary hearing consultation today. Call Ross Hearing Aids 637-HEAR, 637-4327. You should hear what you're missing. I love you, Daddy. How's your hearing?
Quarter after, yeah, that's the medical term for that. 7:14 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. What's for breakfast today? Well, it depends on where you're going. May I suggest that you go to King's for your breakfast. They've got the crazy breakfast menu, and one of the highlights around the holidays, and this is why they've decided to keep it, ribeye and eggs, a tender grilled 14-ounce choice ribeye steak, cooked just the way you like it. We've got a couple of eggs on it, any way you want those, and served with hash browns, like dinner, but at breakfast time at King's.
Tired of your wireless prepaid service cutting you off when you reach your limit? Introducing Unlimited for Less with the new $2.50 a day prepaid plan from GTA. Enjoy unlimited local calls, local text, and unlimited data for only $2.50 a day. And now including unlimited calls and texts to the U.S. You can post, call, or text without worrying about reaching your daily limit. Come into any GTA store or visit gta.net for more information.
Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by my pals over at American President Lines. APL is shipping the future. Micronesia Renewable Energy. There's never been a better time to go solar. Guam Regional Medical City, the first choice for all of your specialty care needs. Nanbo Insurance inviting you to give them a call later on at 477-9754 and ask them how you might be able to save, how about half of your insurance for 2019? That's substantial. Again, 477-9754. Portions of the program also brought to you by Cars Plus. Go see Joey or Jen and Dunge. They'll take good care of you. At Cars Plus, they're driven by you.
The Ray Gibson Show, bringing you closer to the action. This is The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
It's a superstation for a lot of different reasons. Just the idea that you can pick us up on virtually any speaker, anytime, any screen, anytime. Like to watch the show, we're on Facebook Live. You can also catch us on YouTube Live. And if you go to the Guam Daily Post's website, and I believe on their app as well, you can watch this show on the Guam Daily Post website. So we got news and information, and all of it sits together, and I think that's absolutely awesome. Also, a superstation because of the caliber of the people that work here. Now, of course, I'm not talking about myself. I'm merely referring to the quality talent that I surround myself with, including Michael Knight, takes care of the weather and push the buttons when you call. Kevin Kerrigan from the Guam Daily Post, incredible voice, talking about incredible stories. And then there's Jerry Roberts. Jerry Roberts, and today we've got another what's it called again? A point after extra point.
Whatever you want it to be, sir.
Thank you very much. So we're going to roll into that brand new week here for a lot of people, but not for everybody, because it's holiday in the government of Guam.
It's Discovery Day.
No, we don't call it that anymore.
What do we call it? Magellan Day?
No, it's not Magellan. No, we don't pay homage to the
call it Holiday.
Guy that brought the smallpox to Guam. Stopped doing that a few years ago.
What do we call this?
There's a
gratuitous holiday.
I don't know. You'd think it'd be on the front page or something. I don't know. But it's a holiday. Somebody 888-8255, or just send it to me on the Facebook Live.
If you know what today is,
it used to be Discovery Day, but it's not.
Lots of people are calling it a day off.
It's just Monday with no work. That's the good thing. Yeah. And I've said it once. I'll say it again. It just seems to me like this would be the last day we should have as a holiday. We should have the kids in school and instill in them an education and a love for all that is tomorrow culture and history.
Do you have a
but instead, it's like, just sleep in, kids.
Yeah, do you have a cracking the whip?
I don't have that one. But this holiday, celebrating this holiday is like having someone break into your house and then going ahead and throwing a party the next year and inviting them over.
Which is the theory, which is why we don't call it the Discovery Day holiday anymore.
It is Guam History and Chamorro Heritage Day, and don't forget it.
Yeah, it's too long. We need the Discovery Day was short and easy, and it fit on the calendar things, and now we've got the whole big long name there.
Chamorro Heritage Day.
There, Chamorro Heritage Day.
That is the longest name of a holiday under any flag anywhere.
The Feast of the Immaculate Conception might
that's
give
close.
it. I mean, that's right up there
Count
in the
letters.
And we dare not get rid of that. The last time we dared to get rid of the Feast of the Immaculate Conception, Guam was struck with hurricanes and typhoons and earthquakes and airplanes falling out of the sky.
Pestilence, the whole deal.
Yeah, so we don't mess with that particular holiday. At any rate, 7:18 in the morning. Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point coming up in a second. But let me take a look at where the numbers ended up. At the end of the trading week last week, they all came back. Dow Jones Industrial Average roared back to life, 110 points in the green, 26,026. NASDAQ is up by 62 points at 75.95, and the S&P 500 will open at 2803, and that's up by 19 points. Now, they will open again tomorrow because the Discovery Day holiday or the Chamorro Heritage holiday does not extend to Wall Street.
Let's say the whole name.
So I'm sorry, forgot it already. it was in my. He said it, and it's it's like I can't tell how I met a bunch of people over the weekend, and within minutes of meeting them, forgot their name.
Yeah.
It just happens.
You have crossed the line.
What is it? There's a line. Well, I don't know that I've ever had that talent.
I think it's during the 56th year.
50s?
That's what it is. You meet somebody, you talk to them, you walk away. Who was that?
Yeah, I mean, it just crazy
Man,
like
I
that.
started that a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't. There's wherever the line is, I think it moves around for different people. But yesterday I met just a delightful lady named Anna. And do you know why I remember her name is Anna?
Oh, tell me why, Ray.
Because I had to ask 5 minutes after I met her. I had to ask somebody else that was there. I said, "Now, what was her name again?" She's really nice. So what was her name? It's Anna.
Anna
is the name.
Well, that's
and for the entire time between meeting her and her telling me her name and then me asking about what her name was just sweetheart, honey, dear, stuff like that. It's just one of those things. You know who does not have that?
Who?
Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez.
Oh, he has an incredible memory.
It's just crazy.
Incredible
I have been around him in situations, hot mic situations. You give the guy a microphone, and you can pick out any 5 people in the crowd. He will tell you their names and when they met, how they met.
Yeah,
just
entire
something.
background history.
Which is why I will never ever. People ask me, "Why don't you run for public office?" And because I die of embarrassment. I would be at on a stage. I'd be at a campaign, stumping somewhere, and somebody'd come up to me and go, "Hey, you remember my name, right?" You know me, right? I'm like, I know, I don't. Okay, so where was I? I wanted to take a look at some of the other numbers before we're all done. The Nikkei at 21,602. That's up big time. 217 points for the Nikkei exchange. That used to mean something when all of our Japanese came from when all of our tourists came from Japan. Not so much anymore, but still it's a throwback. I continue. I'm not sure about that.
Those oldies but goodies.
I was talking with Sam Shinohara last week, and did I mention this when we were talking? They're flying back. Yeah, they're flying back into Haneda, which is for old timers around here. That would just harken back the original flying into Tokyo days, pre-1975, when that was the nature of the trip. You got an airplane out here back when the 747 they still had lounges upstairs. You remember back in those days before they decided, hey, we can just turn this into seats. so back in those days, you could get on a 747. There was a nightclub up there upstairs that was cool. But flying back in, and I'm also told that they've extended some of the schedules out to Saipan as well. But there's a whole lot more traffic coming in from Japan. So those Nikkei numbers may once again become kind of critical to what we're doing out here. Oil at trading West Texas is down $55.80, but Tapas is up. I'm sorry, but it's not up by a whole lot. 70.25, which is about where it was last week when all the gas companies decided to go ahead and kick it to $3.99 and 9/10 or $4 a gallon.
Yep.
Which is where I filled up in, unfortunately. 7:22 in the morning, and time to take a look at Jerry Roberts and his Extra Point, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank.
Where?
It all starts with the S?
Today, a different way of scheduling your work, dividing up the things you do in a way that makes it all flow better. And let's see if this system might work for you. Next, on the Extra Point.
It's important to have claims process that works for you. At Guahan Insurance Services, we make things simple and convenient. Same door you walk in to purchase your insurance is the same door you open to file your claim. We can't pretend that the car insurance claims process is fun, but we can promise a hassle-free and speedy recovery without any runarounds. For your home, auto, and business insurance, visit visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center on Marine Corps Drive in Tamuning. Don't forget to like us on Facebook or give us a call at 475-1162 or text 929-SAVE. That's 929-7283.
First Hawaiian Bank open, also bringing you Jerry Roberts and the Extra Point. And good news for you, for those of you that have got a cell phone that you don't necessarily have attached to any kind of data plan, they've got data in the lobbies at First Hawaiian Bank. Wi-Fi in every Guam branch. You will be able to go in and enjoy the service while you're in line. Most importantly, find the service ambassadors who will assist you in learning about their digital banking pieces so that you'll be able to conduct your transfers and even deposits with your FHB online app.
I came across an article in Fast Company magazine which suggested that many of us would benefit from creating what is known as an A-B schedule out of all the things we do on the job. There's actually a formal name to it, context switching, but we're going to stay with A-B for now. Most people in an office environment, and especially those in small companies, are constantly juggling tasks. It's like wearing a bunch of hats all at the same time. However, much of the time, we're reacting to demands upon our attention. Between customers, vendors, coworkers, and supervisors, it's all too common that we're pulled in different directions throughout the day. Sometimes we shrug it off and call it multitasking. But the reality of that is that unless we're using some form of automation to take care of several jobs simultaneously, human beings are still limited to doing one thing at a time. We may change that from moment to moment, but it's still just one thing at a time. So how might we do things differently? The A-B concept has us looking at everything we do on a daily basis and separating the tasks by day and sometimes by week. An example, you invoice clients only on A days while you handle payables on B days. A graphic designer might brainstorm new ideas and schedule presentations on A days, say Monday, Wednesday, Friday, while doing the actual design work on B days, Tuesday and Thursday. In my business, I could coach managers on a single A week per month, conduct training on 2 B weeks, and schedule 1 C week for monthly designing and redesigning of courses. AB, ABC, I think you can play with this idea and make it anything you want. I've been close to this a couple of times, and I can tell you I had fewer loose ends to deal with under such a system. Fewer jobs that were incomplete when I found it necessary to switch off to something that was begging for my attention. I also discovered that in lining up specific tasks all in a row, I got into a rhythm and worked faster without sacrificing quality. This resulted in actually freeing up some hours. The wild card in all this is that customers need service at any time, and sometimes you just have to drop what you're doing and handle their issues. If so, when you're done, you come right back to what you have scheduled. Now, can anyone do this? I think it's worth a try. If you want to take a crack at it, break down your job into all the separate tasks you perform and how many hours you do it per day and week. Can you fit it all into one big block of a day, maybe 2 half days, or a week? Go through your task list and create those blocks. Then see how you can piece them all together, making up your work week. You just might be surprised. If you try this, be sure to let your clients and coworkers know you've made some changes, or they're going to wonder where you are. That's the Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
You've got me thinking now.
Yeah. Remember time blocks?
Yeah.
It's kind of an extension of the time blocks.
We just do it over the course of a day.
Over the course of a day. So all the things you separate, all the things you do, and you do one particular thing for one day or a half day into that block, and then you switch on to something else.
So and now this becomes vital. That's the smaller the businesses, I think, the more likely you're going to need to do this kind of, as you referred to it, context switching. Yeah. So in this business here, and there's only a dozen people that work at this radio station. So after I'm done with the morning show, say Mondays will be the day that I devote to sales and sales management.
Okay.
And then Tuesday might be an engineering kind of day where we take care of the maintenance of the actual operation, visit transmitter sites, and all of that.
And maybe Wednesday you might be into training staff or something of that nature. And I mean, there's I began thinking about this, and I've like I say, I've been close to it a couple of times, and I've noticed that when I get into this kind of a rhythm, I can work faster. because I'm working on all the same things at the same time.
Right.
And, you know,
You're not switching your brain for different disciplines.
and all of a sudden, and you turn the phone off too, unless you watch to see who's calling, but it's a client or something.
That phone call, that one gets answered.
That gets answered. So in doing so, I found that I was actually freeing up 4, 5, 6 hours a week that I didn't had before.
Well, but it's nice because you're not derailing your train of thought every 5 minutes. If you complete a task and then you go on to something else, at least you're in the same kind of discipline. I like the idea. For transcripts, get to GuamTraining.com and the World Wide Web. That's Jerry Roberts and this morning's Extra Point. And coming up, we got headlines from Kevin Kerrigan and the Guam Daily Post. There are some other issues that we might want to fold around, and we'll get around to doing. You want to just jump into headlines a little bit early? That's fine. Kevin Kerrigan now from the Guam Daily Post with this hour's headline news.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. In the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning, the Department of Revenue and Taxation has not yet sent out any refunds for taxpayers who've filed their 2018 tax returns. Checks are still going out for late filers who submitted 2017 returns after last year's tax deadline on April 15th. In a statement to the Guam Daily Post Friday, Acting Director Daphne Shimizu said 133 checks totaling $370,000 had been mailed out to taxpayers on Tuesday of last week. Those checks covering late returns filed by tardy taxpayers on or before August 31st of last year. Shimizu, however, did not say when 2018 refunds would start to be mailed out. The Department of Rev and Tax began accepting 2018 income tax returns on January 28th. After a 23-year hiatus, the Guam Ethics Commission has been reestablished by an executive order signed by Acting Governor Josh Tenorio. 6 members have been nominated by the administration to sit on the commission that intends to hold all GovGuam employees to the highest ethical standards. The 6 members nominated for the commission are Robert Jack, an ophthalmologist at Island Eye Center, Shannon Murphy, the former journalist and managing editor at Guampedia, Meg Tekenko, president of Energetic Presence and retired manager of Xerox Guam, David Sanford, the general manager of Sanford Technologies, Donalyn Camacho, a certified fraud examiner, Marilyn Roberto, the vice president of enterprise sales at Docomo Pacific. The executive order provides that the Guam Ethics Commission may request and shall receive from every GovGuam agency cooperation and assistance in the performance of its duties. A typographical error in a lease agreement between the Port Authority of Guam and AquaWorld led to the company receiving 10 more acres than originally intended. According to the governor's transition report, AquaWorld should have received just 1 acre, but got 11 instead. The report notes that a 2001 decision in Superior Court concluded that the lease agreement was in error. Between 2008 and 2010, discussions were held with AquaWorld on amending the lease to correct the error, but the death of the AquaWorld owner and change of legal counsel delayed execution of the revised lease. The transition report recommends that the port review the disputed lease and determine if it's in the port's interest to seek a revision or terminate the lease altogether. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
Thanks, Kevin. It's 7:32 in the morning. That's iConnect time. Their number is 888-8888, and they're working today, so give them a ring and find out about what 2019 has in store for you. Telecom plans include mobile and internet and even push-to-talk at iConnect.
On March 9th, join Bank of Guam for the EFIT Run and Block Party to benefit Guam Cancer Care and American Cancer Society. Our Sunset 2K and 5K run will start at Chamorro Village with showtime at 4 and go time at 5. And don't forget about our block party starting at 4 o'clock, complete with food trucks, a kids zone, live entertainment, and a beer garden, so don't forget your ID. This is a bring your own water bottle event. The EFIT Run and Block Party, Saturday, March 9th. Bank of Guam, member FDIC.
Thank you, buddy. Cold Stone Creamery makes it official with their classic cookie dough ice cream all year round. Yes, cookie dough fans know it's like eating a spoonful of the real thing. Enjoy this comforting flavor and 2 new signature creations. The Dough For It creation with chocolate chips and cookie dough in there and sugar crystals. And then there's Somewhere Over the Rain dough. Love the turn of phrase they're using. Somewhere with a rain dough, and that's got frosting and sugar crystals and rainbow sprinkles. Only at Cold Stone Creamery, making fresh batches of ice cream in every store.
Guam Regional Medical City. We bring the healthcare advances of the world directly to you. We are an acute care hospital that complements your needs with our robust outpatient specialty clinics. From preventative care to critical care, we strive for consistent excellence at GRMC. Our core philosophy is where patients are partners, which means we work as a team to make a healthier version of you. For more information about GRMC, visit us at grmc.gu.
Traffic Gizmo time. Is there anything busy right now? I'm looking at all the different maps that we've got here, northern, central, and southern Guam, and don't see hardly anything that is going to slow you down unless you're trying to get into one of the military facilities. A little bit slow going up into Anderson Air Force Base, a little bit slow going into a big Navy. Right now, doesn't seem to be anything that is going to slow you down until you get almost directly in front of Navy Hospital. But that's like right now. That ought to be clearing up in about 10 or 15 minutes. 7:34, right now, traffic happening right here on the point.
Every time I travel, there's something from home that I can't leave without. I take my Docomo Pacific data to go to share my stories in Taiwan, check subway routes in Tokyo, be my food guide in Hong Kong, meet new friends in the Philippines, make updates in the States, find my way around Korea, and check out all the cool shows in Singapore. It's the data I have in all the places I love for only $10 a day. Data to go from Docomo Pacific. Better together.
You want to feel old? Justin Bieber's 25 years old. Wasn't it just last week Justin Bieber was a little kid? Guy's in his 20s, the mid-20s, 25 years. Ron Howard. And I don't know whether this made me feel old or not, because he's not that far off in age than I am. It was a buddy of mine, we were talking about that. It was either Landon or Brandon. We were at the end of the 3.5-mile race on Saturday, and he started talking about, he's got this like an aunt in his family, and he makes this noise. You know, she's 65 years old, and she's running triathlons and Ironmen and Iron Women things, and I'm going, well, that's only 9 years older than me. Is she then? She's not that 65. Ain't that much older anymore, is it? But Ron Howard, Little Opie, which is how the first recollection that I have of him is turning 65 years old. Of course, everybody remembers him from Happy Days, and then he lost his hair and went on to direct some really, really incredible movies. At any rate, so he's celebrating a birthday over the weekend back in the mainland. 7:36 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. What's playing? I don't know. Let me check with my friend Hank Rice. Good morning, Hank.
Half a day.
Uncle Gohan.
Happy Discovery's Day.
It's not Discovery Day. It's Chamorro Heritage Day. They changed that.
Never mind. Never mind that.
You know, can we mention just one of those things? Is if you're over the age of about, I don't know, 40, 45 years old, you can still call things by their old names, right? So I still I lament over the fact that there is no more Northgate Payless. And there's almost no reason now to refer to the area as Northgate. I still call GPO Gibsons from time to time.
Right.
And sometimes I'll even refer to Payless as J&G.
Right. Absolutely.
So I know it's got a new name. I know it's modern times, but we're still going to call it by the old names and the old ways.
Right. Magellan Day. That's what it was.
I think so. What's on your mind, bro?
Hey, man, you know what? I tell you what. I've been having an issue, and I needed your help because I'm tired of wasting my gas and my hot air. We have a couple of street lights that are out in front of my housing area that could be very detrimental to pedestrians. And up until about last year, September, they were...
You still up in Jigo?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. In fact, I ran there early yesterday morning, and I thought that there were a couple of spots that were interestingly dark, considering the number of people that live up there and the proximity to the base.
Yeah, it's kind of scary. unfortunately. And the reason why I'm calling you is because I've gone through the routes with, calling the mayor's office first and going to GPA and double-checking with them, and then them telling us that, oh, no, we haven't received any requests or any work orders. And then when I call up the mayor's office again, they'll say, oh, we did, but we'll check up on them. Oh, the person we spoke to is not here. They're in Saipan now because of the typhoon. And I'm like, you know what? This is, I forget.
How long has this been going on?
Since September. Yeah.
Last year?
Yes.
So bridging the transition from one administration to another here, but you got the same mayor, and it's the same Guam Power Authority, so I don't understand why they can't put some kind of attention on this. So we're generally talking about the roadway in front of Perez Acres, right?
Exactly. That's called Chalan Laguna Street, and it's the road that's between the mobile gas station and the brand new McDonald's.
Yeah. I know the place. In fact, I have memories from back in the day where that road ended at the entrance to Perez Acres. It didn't go any further. Now you can cut all the way across and hit Route 15.
And so now there's big trucks that come through there. They don't stop at the three-way at all, which is another issue, but I don't want to get into that because nobody listens to us. And, the California stop the usual, but we've had some pretty hairy accidents, or not hairy accidents,
near misses,
hairy accidents that would happen at that three-way as well. But my biggest peeve right now is getting these lights to be put back on, and I think it's just a matter of checking the wire and having them, turned on or change the light bulb.
Yeah, I mean, is it possible maybe did it work right up to one of the storms that we had? Is it possible that maybe it is just something like a loose wire up there?
I think what happened was before the new McDonald's was working, before the new McDonald's was put up, the lights were working. Then when they started construction on the new McDonald's, the lights went down.
Huh. You know what's interesting? I'm getting a note here from Lady D. Says, "See, I'm not the only one who has problems with the Jigo Mayor."
Hey.
Are you hearing that? Are you hearing that from your from other villagers? Where they've taken issues like that, or stray dogs, or unlicensed dumps, and taken that to the mayor with no response?
Well, I haven't personally, but in the past, when I've asked for something, it's been pretty quick. But nothing major like any of those subjects.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not a big deal. It is a street light. That's the mayor. All the mayor needs to do is let the folks from the Guam Power Authority know what's going on. GPA will come by with a bucket truck and sort out the situation.
And I know they're out there because the other night I was at McDonald's having breakfast like at 4:30 in the morning, and there was a GPA power truck guy, with two guys having their breakfast there.
Tyson, did you ask them if they could follow me to the light?
You know what? I was gonna.
So you hold your egg McMuffin here. Follow this.
I was gonna say, dude, here, I'm gonna buy this for you. Can you just check it for me? Please.
I tell you what. Well, the fact of the matter is, it's on the air. It's I can address this to a certain degree, but maybe just for shame and embarrass the Jigo Mayor. What's his name again?
You know what? That's a good question. I don't deal with the mayor. I deal with his underlings. So I don't know what their name is.
No. Okay, just underlings. Just
Montanani or something, I think is his first name.
Okay, well, let's see if maybe somebody can get shamed into going out and straightening out that situation. It was a nothing of a road years ago, and then there's all kinds of stuff happening on it now. A lot of traveling that takes place on that because it does bridge Marine Corps Drive and the back road to Anderson. So there are a lot more people that would be using it. Plus, there's a McDonald's in the front of it now, as well as the Jigo Town Center, which is right around the corner.
Yep. Yeah, and just a day or two ago, I saw a whole team of bicycle riders going up that street as well. And I've never seen that before, and that's not a lot of space for bicyclists to be driving along with the cars, and there's no bike lane there.
No. Well, it's people ask me. Yeah, Rudy Matanani. That's the name of the mayor. People ask me. They go, "Okay, Ray, you're a runner. Maybe you should try, the swimming and the bicycling for the triathlons and stuff like that." I'm like, the answer is no. I'm okay with running because I think I've got a pretty good handle on how to watch out for cars on the roads, and
right.
I got blinkers and stuff like that. But when it comes to riding a bike, and if you're not riding with a group of guys, you're kind of at the mercy, and you can't see them behind you of the motorists out there. And I know I'm a lousy driver, so I worry about the guys that might be answering their phone or picking their nose or putting their makeup on.
Bicyclists, there's no guarantee. I mean, you know what happened down by Polaris Point.
I know what happened over by the Micronesia Mall. Wasn't that long ago the guy lost his life.
So this island still has not gotten into the concept that, hey, you got to share the road with bicyclists or runners or anybody else or pedestrians as well. It's still a small island where I'm the car, I'm and you get out of my way.
Yep. I know exactly how you feel. 744, I appreciate the frustration that you're calling in with. Maybe something will happen now with your mayor and the streetlights out there. But I do need to say that, for the time that I was up in Jigo yesterday morning, had an absolute great time in the village. And I tell you what, the place is looking pretty good. Notwithstanding your issues, and I was thinking about it yesterday. I wonder if there are people that are living and working up in Jigo to the degree that they never have to leave. They never have to go any further south than the Micronesia Mall.
I'm sure. It's possible.
Yeah.
Because we got lots of restaurants popping up, and we have a bunch of bakeries, McDonald's, KFC, Payless. Everything that we need is up here.
What goes on in Peggy's? What is Peggy's?
Peggy's is like a mini sundry store. You can buy your kids' school needs in there mostly, but you can buy wrapping paper, hangers, batteries, notebook stuff. I mean, all the kids from the different schools, they go there to get up their the supply list that the school gives.
Okay. Now, I got to ask, I'm a Central guy, so, I was getting up there, and there's things I'd never seen. Now, there's another one over by the church, the Veritas something.
Don't know.
You don't know about that one. Nice building, nice enough building. But and it was the Veritas something, and I didn't, I was running, so I didn't have a chance to, detour and see what was inside.
I'm not sure. I don't go that far either. The church is kind of like off limits to me. You know what it is.
No Jews allowed.
At least not anymore.
That's funny. All right, 746, and let me ask you this, because every once in a while I do the financial report, and Michael will toss in something about Bitcoin, and so where's about $3,300 for a gallon of Bitcoin now?
Yeah, something about that amount. Let me. I do check it every once in a while. And today on my
your app, your Gizmo.
My Gizmo is $3,791.
$3,791. Now, this time last year, it was up around what, 20?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how are you and your Bitcoin investments doing, considering that it is possible that you've lost about 75% of the value of the Bitcoin from its peak a year ago?
Well, I'm just holding on to mine, and most people who are in the Bitcoin world, they're not really spending a lot, but there are a lot of people who are buying. In fact, if you look at some of the news, you'll notice that the amount of Bitcoin that was sold or purchased is actually higher now than it was last year. So people, because it's a low rate, people are actually more interested in buying it now.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So is the idea that it's going to go up, or is it the idea that it's just at a decent price to invest?
Actually, from the forecast that I've seen, it is showing now that we are at a low, and that it is going to be raising again. And historically, it has been repeating itself like that over the past three I don't know, how do you say, series of years. There's always a valley and then a mountain and then a valley again and then another mountain. So we're actually coming to the bottom of the valley right now, and then I see that we'll probably go back up the mountain very soon.
So if I wanted to buy a Bitcoin, how would I do that today? I mean, is there, like, on the web, can I go somewhere and grab me a couple of Bitcoins today?
You can.
Listen to me say that like I've got $3,700 to spend.
Sure. I would suggest that you open up an account with one of the Bitcoin exchanges that they have out there, and they're pretty easy to apply for. You just have to tie them up with your bank account so that the transfer happens between bank and that exchange, and be sure to have your your date of birth, and they have to be a little bit more stringent now. You have to know your customer because of the way the financials the laws.
Wasn't there a guy that was doing cryptocurrency that died a couple of weeks ago, and now no one can access their crypto accounts because he went to his death with the one password. He didn't write it down, didn't tell anybody what it was, and he's dead now, and nobody can access their Bitcoin investments.
Right. I don't know if that was fake news or not, but yeah, I would believe that if you don't share that code with somebody else, tough luck.
Could be held to pay somewhere down the road. And last question on the Bitcoin: can I buy just a share of Bitcoin? If I like one Bitcoin equals $3,790, as you say, is it possible that I might be able to say, I don't have 37, I got $300 that I might be able to put towards an investment? Can I buy $300 worth?
You can buy $25 worth if you like. Sure. It's not a problem.
Okay, but if it goes back up to $20,000, will my $25 or my $300 will that also increase to the same level?
Heck yes.
Okay, groovy. One of these days we'll get around to talking about it. Hey, listen, I appreciate you calling in with your traffic light issues, and we'll see your headlight issues out there, and we'll see if Rudy or somebody in the office is paying attention.
I hope so, but it is Discovery Day, and I'm sure they're off.
All right, and just a note here, just by virtue of the fact that it's on the radio doesn't mean that anything is actually going to happen. I've been railing against that god-awful, butt-ugly chain-link fence that goes up and down the Marine Corps Drive between Kmart and JFK for years, and it's still there. So
yeah.
No guarantees on a positive outcome. Well, it's positive. They may move you out. They may Rudy might just show up with a truck and just move you move you into dead or something. Go complain to Melissa. All right, buddy. I'll talk to you pretty soon. I can go on the radio. You take care, buddy. 888-8255-888-TALK. Ken LG's on the line, and Ken put something up on Facebook that I was thinking, maybe if it gets quiet this morning, I'll play it on the air, but it's 12 minutes long. I don't like to do things that feel good for 12 minutes, so I don't know if I'm going to be playing your video anytime soon. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning. Yeah, I understand, with something as complicated as the problems facing Guam Memorial Hospital, it's hard to get it down to anything under than 12 minutes.
I've had those issues when I've gone into riffs and rants about Guam Memorial Hospital and other parts of the government and realized that, gee, I've been yakking and 20 minutes have gone by just like that.
And you know what the funny thing is? That's probably what's going to happen in this case here. We'll yak about the problem, but the problem is it goes back to politics. Because now remember, during the campaign, before the primary, I was calling for a receiver to take over Guam Memorial Hospital for the same reasons that a receiver has been successful with every other department of government in Guam they've taken over. It breaks the political cycle. It breaks the Power connections and the pork barrel handouts. And we need that at Guam Memorial Hospital because Guam Memorial is a $150 million business. But because it's run so badly, it loses $30 million a year. And it's actually worse than that because when you consider over the past 2 years, the trustees of the hospital have written off about $150 million in accounts receivable. And the funny thing is, based on BJ's report, they don't even try to receive it.
Well, yeah, and I promised him.
Birth certificate hostage.
Yeah, I promised him I'd try to read the entire audit, but it spans multiple PDFs. And what I thought was interesting was his comments about they came out with the audit findings on billing and collections. This was just one part of GMH's operation, billing and collections, and there were apparently 6 pages worth of we're aware of the problem, we're not doing anything about it, or they found ways to justify the status quo.
Did you see their response to that? We need to hire more people for billing and collections, as if 65 people weren't enough. You know?
Well, apparently they aren't occupied in collections. He said 90% of the time at Guam Memorial Hospital, the collections people are not involved in collections.
Well, that was obvious, because when you look at the detail on the efforts, it seems that the majority of the effort to collect from uninsured has a 2-pronged strategy. Attach tax refund checks, but not enough people are making enough money to get those kinds of tax refund checks that will offset the bill. And the other strategy is to hold a baby's birth certificate hostage until the mother pays. And we don't have that many babies. We don't have $20 million a year worth
of babies getting born at GMH.
Yeah, so that's the big problem there. So as I started digging deeper into this problem, I discovered another problem. Actually, it's not that big of a surprise that we're overstaffed, but the fact that we have 2 CEOs. We're paying $500,000 a year for a CEO that's getting on-the-job training from the previous CEO that basically rode the horse into the ground and shot it. So in the video, I show what a quality hospital CEO would look like, and I used Art Usajima from Queens Medical Center. They're paying him $585,000 a year. We're paying $513,000. So you would think for $513,000, we could get someone that has the kind of quality, experience, training, background of somebody like Art Usajima, who ran Air Force medical facilities for 7 years and did 14 years running hospitals in 3 different states before he took over as CEO of Queens Medical Center. So when we look at the fact that we're basically paying Cadillac prices for a Yugo when it comes to hospital management, we have to do better. And the only way we do better is we go into a receivership. Calvo complained like crazy that the receivership at the dump was costing money. It didn't. It saved taxpayers millions of dollars. I mean, just one contract alone.
Well, the fact that we've got a system in place now that is heads, neck, and shoulders way better than what it was prior to the receivership, prior to and there's a whole generation of people that have grown up that don't remember how bad it was with trash. I mean, I had been in talk radio in 2005 when I started doing talk radio. You could do an entire 4-hour broadcast just on the difficulties of getting your trash picked up or the issues where they were picking up your trash, but God knows what happened to your trash can. They just kind of throw it out there and leave it in the boonies, and the dogs would get at it. And days and days and days would go by. There was a schedule, but that was just on days that we wanted to follow the schedule.
Well, the thing that happened at the dump is the canary in the coal mine for the people of Guam, because on the very first day of receivership, the receiver found a contract for renting an excavator. The dump was paying $13,000 a day, or no, $13,000 a week, I believe it was. It was some astronomical figure.
Right. Do you remember why they were renting that excavator?
Yes, because their excavator was broken, and you know what was wrong with their excavator?
Fan belt.
It needed a new $860 starter motor, and as soon as the receiver changed the starter motor, somebody came in the dark of night and destroyed the radiator with rebar. So they needed to rent the excavator for one more day while they got a new radiator installed. So that was a problem. It was like $4 million. No, it's about $2 million a year for 8 years to rent that excavator.
Are we still paying? Well, let me ask this question, because there was a conversation that was supposed to have taken place between DPW, the receivers, and the federal government here about getting the road down to the dump, the existing, the new landfill. That was supposed to get widened. Are we still paying a security company to escort the trash trucks up and down?
Yes, we are, because the Calvo administration fought in court against widening the road, claiming that widening the road was not in the scope of work of the receiver's mandate. And therefore, the judge agreed, yes, widening the road is not in the scope of work on closing the dump. You know, that was a project that was proposed by the receiver for the safety of the community.
I remember that.
The Calvo administration shot it down, claiming that, widening the roads is the purview of Department of Transportation.
Well, here's what's but the receiver conversation is probably going to go no further than here on the radio and your post on YouTube. My recollection is the other governor, Leon Guerrero, the girl, did not like the idea of a receivership, and in fact had the opportunity when they made the appointments and put some homegrown talent in there. We've had guys that have come into Guam with significant hospital management experience, and my recollection is the last good one got chased away in the Camacho administration.
Yeah, and one got chased away in the Calvo administration.
There we go. In fact, it's probably on Facebook Live now.
Hey, knowledge and experience, and they weren't going to put up with these pork barrel contracts. Political
dumping ground over at the hospital. I hear you. Hey, I gotta run. The news is coming up. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Okay.
All right, Ken LG on the radio with me. Fox News Live on KUSG had gotten you. That's up next. We'll find out what's going on in the Daily Post with that newscast on the other side.
Declaration. I'm Steve Rappaport, Fox News. President Trump may not have enough votes in the Senate for his maneuver to move forward on a border wall. Fox's Gernal Scott has more live.
Steve, a fourth Republican Senator, Rand Paul of Kentucky, said on the record last night he could not go along with the White House. He joins Alaska's Lisa Murkowski, Maine's Susan Collins, and North Carolina's Tom Tillis as dissenting members of the president's party. Provided all 47 Democrats and independents vote no, the 51 Senate no's, along with the House's voting against the emergency declaration, would set up a promised veto from the president. Now, there still may be time to change minds on both sides. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell doesn't expect the matter to hit the Senate floor before mid-March, Steve.
Gernal, Democrats on several House committees launching investigations into the president and his circle. Fox's Garrett Tenney in Washington.
Tomorrow, the House Judiciary Committee will take its first big step with its investigations by issuing document requests to more than 60 people from the White House, the Justice Department, the Trump Organization, as well as the Trump family. On ABC's This Week, Committee Chairman Jerry Nadler said at this point they are a long ways from impeachment, but he made it clear they are hoping to find enough evidence to get there.
Before you impeach somebody, you have to persuade the American public that it ought to happen.
Republicans argue Democrats are grasping at straws.
They're no longer on collusion anymore. They're on to basically every single one of Donald Trump's business ventures that he was ever involved in.
Congressman Devin Nunes on Fox's Sunday Morning Futures. You may be through with winter, but winter isn't necessarily through with you.
Winter storm watches and warnings have been issued across the Midwest to the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast as a fast-moving winter storm is marching through the regions. Heavy snow is expected Sunday night into Monday morning from New York City to Boston and across New England.
Fox News meteorologist Adam Klotz. This is Fox News.
Attention homeowners, if you don't have a solar energy system on your roof from Micronesia Renewable Energy, now is the time to get one. MRE solar energy systems now come with battery storage for zero money down. This means that your home will have power even when the island power isn't available, like during power outages or during and after storms. The inconvenience of not having power for your home is a thing of the past. Don't be left in the dark. Call 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, the smarter choice.
Shrimp and guacamole for Lent at Subway. The all-new shrimp and guacamole combines generous portions of whole shrimp and a spread of guacamole served on freshly baked bread, paired with vegetables cut fresh daily in restaurants and sauces that are sure to excite your taste buds. Hurry in, it's only available for a limited time. Other fresh Lenten flavors include the classic tuna or the mouth-watering greatness of our seafood sensation. Don't forget the Veggie Max, a delicious and tasty vegetarian patty. Visit any of our convenient locations today. At Subway, you make it what you want.
Several Democratic White House hopefuls coming to Selma, Alabama for events marking the anniversary of Bloody Sunday.
We are at a point in our country where we see a moral vandalism that is attacking our ideals and beliefs and eroding the dream of our nation.
Senator Cory Booker delivering the keynote address at Brown Chapel AME Church. That was the starting point for the famous March on Selma 54 years ago. New Orleans police believe a driver was impaired when he killed 2 people and injured 7 others on a busy road last night.
The crash happened along a stretch of Esplanade Ave, spanning 3 blocks near the French Quarter, right near one of the city's largest Mardi Gras parades. Witnesses said they saw the driver swerve into the bike lane, hitting several people and parked cars. He then got out of the car and tried to run without his shoes on. Witnesses held him at the scene.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich, 32-year-old Tashante Toney faces vehicular homicide, hit and run, and other charges. A push to reignite the effort to solve aviation's greatest mystery, the disappearance of Malaysia Airlines Flight 370.
Malaysia, China, and Australia carried out a years-long search for answers and evidence in the southern Indian Ocean that wrapped in January 2017. Then an American firm called Ocean Infinity carried out a follow-on search that wrapped in May of last year, neither one finding any definitive answers. Now, this morning, Malaysia's transportation minister says his government's open to new proposals to resume the search for the star-crossed flight. And Ocean Infinity's CEO says the firm's up for the challenge, saying they've developed new technology over the past year that could help. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
This Friday marks 4 years since the plane with over 200 people on board vanished while flying from Malaysia to China. Some debris from a Boeing 777 has been found. I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Fox News.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details. Save big. Save really big when you bundle up your insurance policies with Nanbo Insurance. Insure your home, auto, motorcycle, or business with Nanbo and enjoy great savings, up to 50%. When it comes to insuring your property, no one knows better than the company with over 50 years of service to the community. Don't compromise the things that matter to you most. Call Nanbo today at 477-9754 or visit nanbo.com for more information. Nanbo Insurance, serving you since 1968.
Helen Keller once said, "Blindness separates us from things, but deafness separates us from people." At Ross Hearing Aids, it's their mission to keep you connected to the moments and the people that matter most in your life. Hearing aid technology has never been better, so schedule your complimentary hearing consultation today. Call Ross Hearing Aids, 637-HEAR, 637-4327. You should hear what you're missing.
I love you, Daddy.
How's your hearing?
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 8 a.m. this Monday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. 27-year-old Frank Joseph Salas Guzman is being held on $500,000 cash bail in the death of 63-year-old Pyong-Sik Lee. Lee was found on the grounds of his construction company lot in Harmon on February 19th. He was beaten and stabbed to death. Guzman appeared in Superior Court Friday afternoon via video conference from prison for a magistrate hearing. He is charged with aggravated murder, robbery, aggravated assault, theft of a motor vehicle, along with the use of a deadly weapon. According to the magistrate report, Guzman told police he was high on crystal meth the morning of the attack. Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan set the bail at $500,000. Guzman remains in custody. A preliminary hearing has been set for March 11th. A federal judge in the District of Columbia has temporarily put the brakes on GovGuam's effort to recover its costs for the environmental cleanup of the now-closed Ordot dump. The Navy used the site as a dumping ground for military waste decades ago, and GovGuam has argued the federal government should bear the cost of cleaning it up. U.S. government contends the liability issue for the cleanup has already been resolved. In a decision issued last Thursday, District Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson agreed to suspend the case while the Justice Department pursues an appeal of her earlier decision that was in favor of GovGuam. Last September, Judge Jackson ruled that GovGuam could proceed with its cost recovery claim. GovGuam contends the U.S. military substantially contributed to the environmental contamination at the Ordot dump and should pay the full $160 million cost of cleaning it up. However, in this latest ruling, Judge Jackson agreed to put the case on hold after concluding that it would be a waste of time and resources to continue if the appeals court rules in favor of the Justice Department's claim that GovGuam cannot recover costs. We'll have more news after this.
Experience the Take Care difference. Take Care members can count on accessing a high-quality, credentialed network of on-island providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care, access to an extensive off-island network of providers, and the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. You can count on Take Care to deliver comprehensive, accredited insurance coverage and quality health care when and where you need it. Take Care. Our island, your health plan. Learn more at TakeCareAsia.com.
Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. Half a day. I'm Mark Benventi of Santa Rita, and this is where I start my day, listening to the voice of our community and sharing thoughts and issues that affect us all. It all boils down to our people, our land. Protei Igumamo. Protect your home. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
10 minutes past 8 a.m. here at The Point. The Department of Revenue and Taxation has not yet sent out any refunds for taxpayers who've filed their 2018 tax returns. Checks are still going out for late filers who submitted 2017 returns after last year's tax deadline. In a statement to the Guam Daily Post issued Friday, Acting Director Daphne Shimizu said 133 checks totaling $370,000 had been mailed out to tardy taxpayers on Tuesday of last week. Those checks covered late returns filed on or before August 31st of last year. Shimizu, however, did not say when 2018 refunds would start to be mailed out. The Department of Rev and Tax began accepting 2018 income tax returns on January 28th. After a 23-year hiatus, the Guam Ethics Commission has been reestablished by executive order that was signed by Acting Governor Josh Tenorio last week. 6 members have been nominated by the administration to sit on the commission that intends to hold all GovGuam employees to the highest ethical standards. The 6 members nominated are Robert Jack, an ophthalmologist at Island Eye Center, Shannon Murphy, the managing editor at Guampedia, Meg Tekenko, president of Energetic Presence and a retired manager of Xerox Guam, David Sanford, general manager of Sanford Technologies, and Donalyn Camacho, a certified fraud examiner and board-designated Bank Secrecy Act officer for ANZ Guam. Also, Marilyn Roberto, vice president of enterprise sales at Docomo Pacific, will sit on the commission. The executive order provides that the Guam Ethics Commission may request and shall receive from every governmental agency cooperation and assistance in the performance of its duties. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now with a look at weather.
Well, let's see what we got here. Partly sunny today, Kev, with isolated showers. Winds out of the east up to about 20 miles an hour, decreasing after sunset. Highs near 86 degrees. Overnight lows 76 degrees. Sunset tonight at 6:29 if you want to use that to mark the end of what for many people is a 3-day weekend. Sunrise tomorrow morning should be about 6:35. Michael Knight now with a look at the weather radar. Give you an idea of what weather conditions are going to be like in the very, very near term.
Things starting to dry out just a little bit now with the sun coming up. We can expect more of that, but still might get an isolated shower through the day today and through any of the days through the remainder of the week, actually. That's about what we're looking at. No major weather systems coming through. We will get an uptick in winds probably around midweek as the tail end of a shear line goes ahead and then slides on through, but it won't be a very impressive push. It won't really be any cooler or drier air at this point. Just a little uptick in the wind. Checking satellite here, we can see there is a bit of a trade wind disturbance coming on through. That's going to move through today and tomorrow. Dry things out just a bit, then maybe get a few more showers on Wednesday, Thursday as well. But again, no major weather systems are expected or anticipated for at least the next couple of weeks. It's going to be good.
Okay, Roger on all that stuff. 8:12 in the morning. That's Michael Knight with and me working out some weather here right there on the point. Got what's that guy's name? Blake Watson and I going to be pretending to talk about sports in just a few minutes.
Guam Regional Medical City. We bring the healthcare advances of the world directly to you. We are an acute care hospital that complements your needs with our robust outpatient specialty clinics. From preventative care to critical care, we strive for consistent excellence at GRMC. Our core philosophy is where patients are partners, which means we work as a team to make a healthier version of you. For more information about GRMC, visit us at grmc.gu.
I need to tell you about breakfast over at King's. You know, they've got that crazy menu that they have been working on these days, the Crazy 19. I think it's going to be a crazy year for them over at King's, and all kinds of great stuff for breakfast. But I definitely want you to try the incredible lunches that they've got. Chicken Ranch BLT. You'll never think of BLT the same way again. This is, I mean, it's a total game changer. Panko-crusted chicken breast. They fry that up perfectly. Bacon, lettuce, and tomato. So you've got, it's already thick. It's already a monster sandwich. Then they top it with ranch dressing, and you can get that on Hawaiian sweet bread. Normally, you think about a BLT as like, just a sliver of a sandwich. This thing is it's a meal in and of itself. Find it on the crazy menu at King's.
Tired of your wireless prepaid service cutting you off when you reach your limit? Introducing Unlimited for Less with the new $2.50 a day prepaid plan from GTA. Enjoy unlimited local calls, local text, and unlimited data for only $2.50 a day. And now including unlimited calls and texts to the U.S. You can post, call, or text without worrying about reaching your daily limit. Come into any GTA store or visit gta.net for more information.
The program sponsored by a variety of people, including my friends over at Cars Plus. Why do they call them Cars Plus? Because they got everything. They got cars and then power sports, Harley Davidson, an express lane. Cars Plus has got it. If it runs in wheels and there's a motor on it, there's a pretty good chance you can pick it up from Joe or Jan or Dunge or anybody over there at the Cars Plus place. Also brought to you by Take Care Insurance and the guys over at Micronesia Renewable Energy. There's never been a better time to go solar. APL, they're shipping the future. Guam Regional Medical City, the first choice for all of your specialty care needs. Who am I missing now? Oh, Security Title. If you've got something complex that you're dealing with, you got to get this property here. We're trying to sell that. We're trying to buy that. We're trying to trade this, and it's starting to look a little bit complicated. Call Kim or Ron over at Security Title, and they'll talk you through it.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
Yeah, crazy busy weekend. I started off with the folks over at the cosmetology place at GCC last week, and that's where I got my hair trimmed, and that was fun. And they also trimmed the back of my neck.
Got to shave it, shave it a little bit, keep it clean.
But see, they were in a hurry, so they didn't actually take it all the way down. So when I was looking at it later on, it was clean right down to this part, and then it was open, and then there was these little tuffets of hair.
Well, they're students, right? They're learning. Aren't they learning?
It was an actual teacher that did the hair. I'm not going to say anything about that because Janice might be listening right now. And
it's funny.
That was Friday. Saturday was Women's Club Mardi Gras.
How was that?
There's some great pictures floating around on Facebook right now. I wore my red pants.
I used to live in New Orleans, and I was there for the 08 Mardi Gras.
Nice.
I was there at the end of 07, and then that wrapped into early 08. I think I was there from like October to like March.
Okay, but old enough to enjoy the party.
Oh yeah, and it was post Katrina, so it was a little bit actually not post Katrina. It was 2 years after. Yeah. So, a lot of the actual Ninth Ward and a lot of the the outside areas outside of downtown, especially the corridor, were still looked like the storm had just came through the day before.
But, they haven't fixed it.
Yeah, but right where it was still kind of limited in space, but still a good time.
Hyatt had put together a couple of signature drinks for Mardi Gras, and that was nice.
Were there beads? Did you throw beads?
There were beads, and congratulations now to Henair from Coast 360, who is this year's what do you call it, King Rex.
King. Oh, okay.
That's one of the things that they do. So I was King Rex in 2005, and there's a bunch of people since then and before then. And Hinair is the latest in the long line of dignitaries on Guam that have now been designated as King Rex.
It's such a cool celebration. I've always thought Mardi Gras and everything, and I've always thought it interesting because I was raised Catholic, you know, and I always thought that there's that Catholic tie. I was like, oh, so you mean it's like a big party that, you know, get all your sins out of your system,
Exactly.
and before we have to go 40 days, 40 nights of, you know, no.
Well, I
meat
didn't
and
get all
fun
of
and-
my sins out, but I've got between now and Wednesday to do
Okay,
it. 'Cause
yeah.
it's, you know, tomorrow night. We just get all of the sinning out of the
That's
way
Fat
before
Tuesday,
tomorrow night.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, Fat Tuesday, because it's going to be Lent on Friday or on Wednesday when Ash Wednesday rolls around.
I'm going to make
man.
the ultimate sacrifice for Lent.
What's that?
I'm going to make the ultimate
You're
sacrifice.
going to make the
for
ultimate
Lent.
sacrifice. You realize when people say the ultimate sacrifice, they mean they're going to die.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that.
Okay, but for you, what would the ultimate sacrifice
I'm
be?
just going to sacrifice Lent in general.
Or you're just not gonna participate.
Pretty much.
I got you.
Lent.
I got you.
So you're giving up Lent for Lent.
Lent for Lent.
Okay, I got you.
Now, I notice in I can't remember where I read about it, but it's coming up here. The 17th is going to be paddles. It's against cancer. I got Marvell Anderson from 76 Circle K on the line. Good morning, Mar.
Hello.
How you doing there?
Half a day. Good morning.
Half a day do you? Is it a working day for 76 Circle K?
It is a working day.
Okay, so we
Doesn't get in until 9 o'clock, but it's okay.
who doesn't get it?
Must be nice. Must be nice.
I'd refer to that as second string.
Yeah.
First strings, the first string is in the office by 8 o'clock, but the bosses don't start rolling in until crack of 9 or something like that. So
Because we're doing all the night events, too, so, you know.
What night events are you working on?
You know, like whenever there's a cocktail happy hour or something.
Yes, I'm familiar with the concept, and it's always a delight to see you and the crew at all of those different events. It's marketing. I'm telling you, it's marketing. I got to be out. 8:19 in the morning, and no, but we drill into this now. It's paddlers against cancer, right?
Correct.
Okay, not for cancer.
Right.
Okay, I want to make sure I got the
But,
title.
you know, people call it different things, you know, throughout the years. It's our 10th year this year, which we're so proud of.
Well, you know, I'd never been to one until last year. I'd never, ever been to one until last year. And a bunch of the girls next door, a bunch of the girls and the guys next door put together a team for iConnect, and they wanted me to participate. And I said, okay, I'll watch the coolers and the purses.
And you did.
So I sat on the beach and, you know, went through a couple of practice runs with them. And then the actual weekend, and oh, my God, what a great event. There's so many people there.
Right. It's actually the biggest paddling event, I think, on Guam. You know, there's also the Micro Cup events that come like every 3 years, but this one is big. We have about 600 paddlers on the beach. And we started this 10 years ago with only 9 teams, 9 companies. And last year we had 43.
Wow.
So I think this year we're almost at 40, and we're trying to get 50 since that's our 10th year. We're doing something different. We're also going to be at Epau Beach this time.
So
kind of outgrown Matapang. And
That's what I was gonna. I was gonna ask about. You know, the I guess kind of the challenges that parking brings. You know, at Matapang. But if you said you moved to Epau Beach, and I'm reading that now, then yeah, plenty of room and much better parking situation down there for this year.
We just had to go through agriculture, you know, with the coral and the things down there. So we'll see how it goes this year.
Talk to me a little bit about the barbecue competition, because I'm reading, is that right? There's going to be barbecue on display for competition and judgment?
We actually have the teams also participate in barbecue competition. And this year, you know, we always have a theme. I don't know, last year, was it 80s when you were there? Perfect for Ray.
I think, yeah, it was. I think it was.
I thought it was like heroes, like superheroes last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, we always have a theme. You know, we do Game of Thrones, we do 80s. And this year, since it's our 10th, we were kind of focusing on the X. So it's kind of like an extreme thing where we'll have, you know, the course is going to be a little different this year.
Sorry, you said X. My head went in a completely other direction.
But like, but like paddle games, X games, is that kind of what you're saying? Just more of like an extreme, like, whoa, all stops and all rules pulled out?
Right, kind of thing, yeah. And then, so our barbecue contest will be the same. We have about 10 to 12 of the different companies that also participate in the barbecue contest, and it's fun. They go all out.
So you have that many people. So you'll have like 10 or, like you said, 10 to 12 competitors somewhere around there, and everybody competing in the barbecue contest.
Right, right.
Oh,
We
wow.
may have more. I mean, just out of the, the companies and families that are there competing, some of them, will also sign up for the barbecue contest. But, we always do it on a Sunday. It's a great day for the family to come out, and all the companies kind of just bring all their staff, and it's just a big family day. We're all there, kind of fighting cancer, and, it's just a fun team building event. And, companies, they don't have to have experienced paddlers to come out. We actually like that they don't know how to paddle, because it's kind of like introducing a new sport.
And I know a bunch of people that started last year that are still in it this year. That they say, okay, this is my new thing. Is we're going to be paddling, guys. Mike, you had a question?
Yeah, I was just going to say, with the barbecue contest, it seems like that we should have beer pong also. Just saying.
Well, if I'm going to be there, there's going to be beer.
But a beer pong tournament, maybe a flip cup tournament. You could do like a beer fest round of games, or just have a whole drinking game side portion.
Add more work to my
Right. Yeah, I was going to say. Now there's it's an actual event. These are going to be timed races. There are going to be people out there and course officials. So there is nothing amateur about this whatsoever. And there are bragging rights up for grabs. The same way there are with the plane pull and years ago with the Carol Kai bed race. There are going to be companies that will be coming out specifically to win this event.
That's correct.
Is there still time to sign up?
Very competitive. Oh, yes, we are still trying to get teams, like I said. Our goal is to get, as many teams as possible, since we have the space at EPAL Beach. Yeah. And paddling, like I said, it's changed my life. I was, kind of one of those people that never went to the beach, never got into the water. And, the day that I started, it's just like, now I hang out at the beach, and it's just like a cool thing to do, and it's fun, and I can get some exercise without having to run like Ray.
Yeah, but there's
Who wants to run?
It's the crazy fraternity.
Yeah.
I mean, you got you ladies on the ladies, you're like sisters now, and the guys are like brother. I mean, it's amazing how just being on the same team and getting into the competition and on all the different practice runs. It really brings people together in a way that it's kind of rare
and very detrimental. I mean, it's very important to have that team camaraderie, because it takes all of you to move the boat through the water.
And that's why we say it's a team building event. You may not like Mike in the office, but when you get on the boat and paddle with him, you have to work together.
John Torres on Facebook Live asking, can anyone join the barbecue competition?
Well, we've never had that question before, but, we'll totally look into that.
I mean, could I just come through, like Kevin, my admin manager, right? Can I just, and he's a great barbecue chef, can I just come and, join up in the barbecue competition for the radio
Kevin's
station?
actually forbidden to participate in many of these competitions.
because he's
just too
won
good.
so many of them.
He's too good, yeah. Yeah, he'll win.
Yeah, but Ray, give them my number, and
Yes.
then we'll talk to whoever's inquiring about that, and we'll look into that.
So-
I mean, usually it's the people that are there, companies and families that are there, and again, it's not just companies that can join Paddles Against Cancer. We've had many families and different little nonprofit groups that just join, and they have somebody in their family that's fighting or that they're honoring. And, it's a special day for them to do something for their loved one.
Especially if cancer has touched your life, and it has for so many of us here on Guam. 826, how do we get a hold of you?
483-0737.
Okay, that's the easy number, and if you forget it, then call me, WhatsApp me, and I'll be happy to get you in touch with Marvell and everybody over at 76 Circle K for this year's Paddling Against Cancer.
Yes.
March the 17th, EPAL Beach Park. Put it in your calendars, because you're going to want to come by anyway.
Right.
Right on. I'll talk to you pretty soon, sweetie.
Thanks so much.
No, happy to help. It's 8:26. We take care of each other around here. It's what we do. It's like, we're on the same team or something like that. So is there anything else as we move through sports with Blake? It's too late now. There's no music, but I can call on the music.
Sailed about 8 minutes ago. Yeah.
Gotcha. So anyway, 8/27, and we've got that happening on the 17th. The launch of the GML season on the 15th.
Fun fact about that, because I read people's Facebook statuses even randomly, and Mark Colby feeling pretty good, and also a good thing for GML, as he was contacted by a South African baseball team or committee or something who have interest to come here and maybe set up a friendly tournament, because they've been watching him GML on Facebook and stuff.
No way, really?
Yeah, so the reach has gotten to several places. We've actually had him on, and when the Oceania Friendly was going on earlier a couple months ago, he talked about how high the numbers were then. I guess that garnered some attention as far as South Africa, who have reached out and said, hey, Mr. Colby, how can we get something together, friendly style? Let's play. So
nice.
We'll see. I saw that on a status he had on Facebook. So
It's
we'll
really
see.
kind of cool because baseball not really a big thing in South Africa. They are into cricket.
And soccer.
Right. Yes, okay.
And rugby, too, right? The Springboks and all that.
Yeah, rugby.
Got to send out shouts to a couple of people. The guy that beat me in the Rainbows for All Children race, Kirk Winger, came in first. I came in second. And the lady that subs for you when you're not here, Renee?
Yes, Logie.
Yeah. And
my friend.
She came in first.
Did she really?
Female overall.
Wow, wow.
First female overall
So
in
winners,
that race. It's 3.5 miles and a big chunk of it uphill.
So winners can come from Buffalo, New York.
Exactly.
That's what you're saying. They can produce winners.
Oh,
that was cool,
just,
man.
Hey,
wow.
that's a compliment to Renee. She's a winner.
the sole one, apparently.
The only one.
For the entire place. What do you got for sports?
I have this because we won't ever get to do it any other time. 12-year-old Rena Olson. Have you seen this? Seems fourth time is the charm. She beat out 62 of the best youth spellers in Guam, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and Pohnpei in 12 rounds. She is this year's Scripps Regional Spelling Bee champion.
Congrats.
Yes, Rena Olson, 12 years old, sixth grader. Her winning word, if you guys want to try it out, her winning word, wait.
You got to be able to pronounce it.
I know, decongestant. Decongestant.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
I can do it with spell check. I can, the words like that, in certain apps and programs that I have, I will go ahead and type out and then wait for it to get underlined.
That red squiggly line?
Yeah,
or autocorrect, just kind of let it go.
That's the note there. Yeah, and I've noticed something about Google. I use Google for virtually everything. And I've noticed recently in emails that it will not just autocomplete the word, it will autocomplete the sentence.
Yeah.
And 99% of the time, they get it right.
Oh, yeah.
Which is amazing to me because, a lot of the emails that I send out are kind of specific to what it is that I'm trying to do. But it's like they've been through all of my emails and said, he likes to use the word transmitter a lot.
Predictive text has come so far.
Yeah, it's just kind of amazing here when we do all of that. So congratulations to her. And
by the way, St. John.
But we send congratulations to veterinarian Tom Poole, the territorial vet Tom Poole, who was the pronouncer at the event. Now I've done that before in the history of spelling bees. What is referred to as the Rotary Club spelling bee.
Okay.
I've conducted that and I've been the MC numerous times, but I've been the pronouncer once, and I'll never ever do it again.
Easy, if you had your choice, and nothing against either one, but easier job, easier time hosting. Challenge Bowl, Spelling Bee. Because you've done both, right? Academic Challenge Bowl, and you've done Spelling Bee.
Oh, I love the Academic Challenge Bowl.
Yeah, but you don't have to spell it. You don't have to pronounce anything.
I don't have to spell anything. I've done that on a couple of occasions. Where they'll bring me in, and so instead of the students being in the Academic Challenge Bowl, the ones that I participated in was the teachers.
Oh, okay, cool.
And so we'd have the teachers that were in the bowl challenges, and I would be the quiz master for that. And I absolutely loved doing it. It'd be one of those things where I want to do this all the time. Can we do this all the time? And we'll just get like ring girls and prizes.
Oh yeah,
which would be perfect.
And I've hosted.
And then they were like, no, this public television, right? There's no ring girls in public TV.
Some trivia nights are fun too. If you ever find yourself, those are fun to host.
Quiz night,
yeah, quiz night, trivia night, love it all.
I'm an idiot. Don't we just have something like a simple what does that cloud look like challenge?
Sorry.
We're going to play tic-tac-toe after the show if you want.
On the other radio stations, they do the easy stuff.
You lose?
But here we got the
Tic-tac-toe and
stuff.
checkers, man. Got no chance.
So 8:32 in the morning, and I think that's all the sports that we're going to be able to come up with here today. Just a note, you're seeing a lot more runners out there because in addition to the United Guam International Marathon, and they just opened up the Runners Oasis down at PIC. Did you see that? And they've hung now this year's UGM model. And I can't remember her name. Pretty girl. And you can see her picture now on the side of the Pacific Islands Hotel.
They usually do that. It's been Carmelita in the past, but I haven't seen this year's model. Is she a runner? It's not Rhea or Manami, they're ambassadors, right?
It reminds me of that old movie, though, Attack of the 50-Foot Woman.
Yeah, it's that big. The photo up there is that big.
I love that poster.
So what you're going to find is there's going to be people that will, as you're running down by the, what's the name of that? The Tony Aroma's restaurant, right? So they're going to be
Royal
people,
Orchid right there in front.
Yeah, so there's a great shot runners that if you're going to have somebody waiting for you at the bottom of the hill, just before you get to the intersection, they can take a shot of you running and have the building in the background. It's a very, very cool shot for those of you that are looking for an opportunity to post something on Facebook, Instagram, or Snapchat.
It's a very cool event. I like it. It still ends in the water, right? It's one of the only race where you can actually end and walk straight into the beach and into the tide and into the water with your shoes on or off, your choice.
It's a good time, and don't forget, in addition to the United Guam International Marathon, the Guam Running Club is also going to be conducting I think it's the 48th running of the Guam Running Club's marathon, and easily one of the more challenging events that you're going to find on Guam.
Very cool. Very cool. This is running season. It's about to pick up.
I'm gonna try to see if I can get both of them in there. It's 8:33 in the morning, and that's all the time that we got to pretend to talk about sports. Blake Watson's gonna go finish the Monday version of his program on Star 101.
Yes, having good times over there, and it's Discovery Day edition, so come check it out.
It's tomorrow History and Culture Day.
Yeah,
they changed. It's not Discovery Day anymore.
Oh, okay, that's right. It's not. Well, it still says it on that calendar.
Politically incorrect.
Sorry, I didn't know. But I will say this: we're talking about the fact that they're bottling Finadini out there now.
Where?
Selling it finally. I'll show you.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, send me the link. It's 8:34 in the morning, and so that's enough from him. And coming up, we're going to talk about headlines from the Guam Daily Post with me.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Where others put branches, we place roots.
June Bells, Richard, Leon, John Torres, Mary Park are all Facebook living this morning, lurking, watching what's going on here. I got Lisa Barroso, Deanna Palmer. Let me just switch on something here so that the camera's only on me at this time. Okay, who else is playing around? Let me see. Deanna Palmer, Rudy Magallanes is tuned in. Magallanes, that's another way of saying the name Magellan from a long, long time ago. I see Ken Leon Guerrero there. And an interesting conversation last hour that we had with Hank Rice, talking about the lights on the their light. There are already light fixtures on the poles leading up to Paris Acres, but apparently they've been down since like September or something, and can't get any traction over at the mayor's office. And apparently this is nothing new for residents of Jigo. Eddie Cruz, who lives up there, says join Team ABM, which is anybody but Matanani, who is never in his office. Nobody home, and Lady D says, yeah, his secretary's usually out as well. Daryl Taggarty's with a couple of comments that I might read to you in just a little bit, but like I said, I thought that was very interesting. Terry Pablo Malari is on. Nick Chamel, I hope I got that last name right. Steve Reuter, Janice Baker. It's actually Janice, but I like to pronounce it Janice. Daryl Taggarty is on the Facebook Live this morning. Now, one of the reasons why I mentioned the people that are listening is for our advertisers, so that they know, hey, we got big time people listening to this program here, like Richard Clark, Chalarna Laron, Vicky Ganashas Borja, Carl T.C. Gutierrez, Ron and Cindy De La Rosa, Bob Lizama, Erlyn Rivera, nice to see you there this morning, and Sherry Lynn Diffentorum, Wait, there's more. Phil Schragi, Mark Cruz, Charlene Marchessault, Vivian Sablon, LG. Great to have you all online with me this morning. And you can talk to each other is the point. So if you're interested in asking Vivian a question about, I don't know, real estate, then you should be able to just get, kind of connected into the thing. 888-825-888-TALK is the number. Rudy Magallanes says, you are correct, Ray. My last name in English is Magellan. Well, thanks very much for noticing. It might be the first time this week I'm going to be right. Don't hold me to any, at least right once a day thing, because couldn't be that kind of week, right? 8:37 in the morning and time for headlines from the Guam Daily Post. I'm going to read the scripts as prepared for me by Kevin Kerrigan. 27-year-old Frank Joseph Solis Goodman is being held on a $500,000 cash bail in the death of 63-year-old Pyong Sik Lee. Lee was found on the ground of his construction company lot in Harmon on February the 19th, beaten and stabbed to death. Guzman appeared in Superior Court Friday afternoon via video conference from prison for his magistrate hearing. He's charged with aggravated murder, robbery, aggravated assault, theft of a motor vehicle, along with the use of deadly weapon. According to the magistrate report, Guzman told police he was high on crystal meth the morning of the attack. He's in custody. A preliminary hearing has been set for the 11th. Shen's Corp, the company that owns Prestige Automobiles, pled no contest to charges of tampering with public records in Superior Court. The company agreed to pay a fine of $10,000 as part of a plea deal with the AG's office. And the government will now file a motion to dismiss the charges against company Chief Executive Officer John Shen, his son Jonathan Shea Hao Shen, and Orlando Domingo, who worked as a sales manager at Prestige. The three were alleged to have fraudulently registered luxury vehicles that were later shipped to China. The company paid the fine during the hearing with a check presented by defense attorney Randy Cunliffe, who then filed a motion for expungement on behalf of his clients. Betty Crawford, an heir to ancestral land where the A.B. Wanpat International Airport now sits, has lost his bid to convince an appeals court that his constitutional rights were violated as a result of GovGuam's failure to compensate him for the land. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals issued its ruling in favor of GovGuam on Friday following a hearing held in San Francisco in November. Crawford filed his lawsuit in federal court in 2015, claiming his due process and equal protection rights were violated because, unlike other ancestral landowners who got their land back, his land hasn't been returned and he's not been compensated. It's got an airport on it. However, appeals court upheld Chief District Court Judge Francis Tydinko's Gatewood's decision that Crawford can seek compensation through the Government of Guam administrative process. For these stories and more, log into postguam.com or grab a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. iConnect time, it's 8:40 in the morning. Swing by the nearest iConnect and learn about the great plans they've got. Push to talk, mobile, and internet.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Yep. It's time to think about so it's Lent in a couple of days. I don't know if you've taken a look at your liturgical calendar, but yeah, we're moving right into Lent, and for a lot of people, that means we're going to be shying away from red meats and that kind of thing. So if you're starting to think about going vegan for Lent, or maybe just enjoying more fish and substances from the sea. Shrimp and guacamole for Lent at Subway. Generous portions of whole shrimp and a spread of guac. Hurry in, available for a limited time at Subway. Make it what you want.
The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts of Guam Training every morning on The Ray Gibson Show.
Hi, I'm Jerry Roberts, and every day I get to comment on the incredibly diverse, fun, challenging, sometimes frustrating, often exciting, but always interesting world of work. I hope you'll be there with us.
You can find daily transcripts of The Extra Point at guamtraining.com. Tune in every weekday morning at 7:20 for The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts. Brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank on 93.3 The Point.
Traffic gizmo time, and I don't know that there's going to be a whole lot by way of traffic today at morning drive or afternoon drive, simply because It's a holiday for lots and lots of people. No school, no government of Guam. The banks are open. First Hawaiian Bank, I know for a fact, is open because Barbie has sent me a note from work that said that they're open today. So I know that that's going to be going on. But let me see if there's any kind of traffic I need to warn you about right now. It doesn't look like now. There's nothing. Some of the major intersections, 1 and 3, and that spot over by the Guam International Airport coming off of Tiedzin. And that's it. Getting into, you might see a little bit of a slowdown getting into Navy Hospital, but getting into Big Navy, getting into Anderson Air Force Base, nothing major slowing you down today. 8:42, and that's right now traffic on the point.
Every time I travel, there's something from home that I can't leave without. I take my Docomo Pacific Data to Go to share my stories in Taiwan, check subway routes in Tokyo, be my food guide in Hong Kong, meet new friends in the Philippines, make updates in the States, find my way around Korea, and check out all the cool shows in Singapore. It's the data I have in all the places I love for only $10 a day. Data to Go from Docomo Pacific. Better together.
So, I haven't really had a chance to vent on anything yet this morning, have I? Yeah, now, doing the traffic report, I was looking at the traffic gizmo and looking at the intersection of 1 and 3. And I think they're all finished with the construction up there. I don't know, it's not a road I get to spend a lot of time on. And in fact, I was on it yesterday because I was running. And went by that intersection and saw just how pretty it was. I mean, they've done a whole lot. The medians there, and there's nice drainage along the roadway, and they've made it so that I assume that they've made it so that it can handle more traffic. But like I said, I don't drive on that roadway very often, so I couldn't tell you whether it works for drive times in the morning or in the afternoon. I will, however, tell you, and it's something that they're starting to do a little bit more of. The intersection of Marine Corps Drive and Route 8 is as an example, where the road is so wide that there is a pedestrian island. You know what I'm talking about, right? So in front of the old Auto City, and for real old timers, in front of where the old townhouse was. At that intersection, you press the button, and if you can't make it all the way across, there's this little there's this little pedestrian island that they've got out there. And you can tell by looking at some of the fixtures on the little pedestrian island that it's been hit by a car or two in the last couple of years since they've put that down there. And they've done the same thing at the intersection of 1 and 3. And it's just so odd because it feels like it's out of the way, and I'm trying to figure out why they needed to put a pedestrian island there. I'm not one of those guys that knows chapter and verse all about the engineering and the creation of these the traffic kind of elements that are out there, and we absolutely need them if we're going to be running this many lanes across, that there needs to be some place for a pedestrian to go if they start crossing and don't make it to the other side in time. Is that the idea behind them? Or is it, as we were talking last hour about cyclists on the road having to turn their back on the drivers, is it one of those things where, yeah, they have another name for that, Ray? You know what it is? Death trap. Maybe that's what the theory is. I don't know. I know I don't like it, and so if you see me on that roadway, trust me, if I'm crossing the street on foot, I'm running, and I can generally run pretty quick across that particular intersection. So it's one of those things. Maybe it's just, hey, they have it in the States, we should have those here on Guam. Yeah, maybe that's the thinking behind that. 8:45 in the morning. One of the other things that I noticed was the volume of was it black construction guys? It's another thing. As I said, I started the run up in Jigo, ran south for 8 miles, and then ran back up. So I got both sides of the street. And I got to tell you, they're doing some quality work on the roadways up there. There was a time where somebody said you need to run around Jigo. I'd go, well, I'm not really crazy about that because the road was so bad, north and southbound up in Jigo. The surface core, the surface layer was starting to come up, and it turned into what the locals refer to as Zaff roadway, which basically means that we've got patches here of nice clean asphalt, and then we've got patches where it's all come up. And so what they've done is they've scraped that top layer off. I mean, in a bunch of big sections, and have gone in there and reground the concrete, reground the base course, and are now putting new asphalt back on. And it looks terrific. They got some quality guys out there doing quality work, and they start early. I mean, at crack of sunrise, these guys are out there doing the work, which I'm crazy about. And they've got these teams, and they kind of go in, and it's kind of an assembly line process. You've got this guy over here that is doing the scratching of the pavement, and then you've got another guy that goes up there and will vacuum up the refuse, the old concrete dust, and another guy will come out there and start getting some of the fine cleanup work done, and eventually here comes the big asphalt cooker.
So what you're insinuating is they're actually working with some degree of efficiency.
You know what? And it looks great. It looks. It doesn't. I'm assuming that if they're able to do it more efficiently, they can do it quicker, and they might be able to do it, on time and under budget. So we'll see.
Yeah, I got to say hats off to whoever was working on the Hospital Road, Governor Carlos Camacho Road. As we talked about last Friday, when I came into work, there were metal plates on the road. When I drove home Friday noontime, it was no more metal plates. They had already filled them in real nice and smooth. You can't even tell they had dug them up.
Isn't
it
it
was
amazing?
Like one of the best jobs I've ever seen.
Yeah. Now, and did you notice whether that was GovGuam guys that did that from
Have no
DPW
idea.
or
Yeah,
whether it was the contractors? Because there's another set of contractors. While I'm applauding people that are doing some great work, is the guys. There's guys that are working on Route 8. And that's a road that I do spend a lot of time on. And Route 8's one of those roadways where for a long time, is it Hawaiian Rock? Okay. That apparently did that work down there. Thanks, Eddie. I appreciate that. I could have swore I saw black construction guys out there. I don't know. The logos kind of run the same in my head. At any rate, so on Route 8, which is a road that I do spend a lot of time on, they have gone out there and taken all these divots. I remember when Route 8 was brand new. Just this shiny ribbon of blacktop out there from Agano all the way to Barragata Heights. It was just fascinating how pretty it was. And within, I don't know, 2 or 3 days, somebody'd come in and go, well, we need to dig a lateral from the line in the center of the road out to somebody's house on that side. And that happened with incredible regularity. I mean, with about every 50 yards, there'd be a new hole, and it was never filled in right. So pretty soon, you find yourself kind of driving around, and not quite potholes, it just divots in speed dimples, I used to call them, to prevent people from going fast. But recently, they have started going in there, pulling up all of the old lousy work, and then putting new asphalt down, and then filling it in right. No more cold patch. These guys are going in and actually going in with hot asphalt, and then they drive the steamroller over it a couple of times to make sure that it is at the same level as it is even with the rest of the pavement, and it has become a joy to drive on Route 8 again. So as we meander into Mes Chamorro and the Chamorro month festivities, know that there is finally some good use for all of those liquid fuels taxes and the fees that we've been paying lately to get all of that stuff done. So I'm very, very happy about that. I'm very happy to report all of that, and that's the way it is here on this the 4th day of March. And oh my God, it's going fast, isn't it?
Yeah, but
I mean, just the other day, I was saying that's it for the Februaries. We're done with the Februaries. You wake up over the weekend, and bang, it's already the 4th of March. And so before long, it's going to be middle and then April, and then I've got to run a marathon. Let me see here. Martin Gerber online. Marty, are you on because somebody told you I was talking about your brother? Johnny Gerber and I grew up in radio. And Johnny would fascinate me now with stories of growing up in that area of Ordot, of Guam, back when we used to have a dump there. I mean, there's still a dump, but they closed it now. And the reason why that came up in conversation is there's been a hearing at a federal court that says we're going to hold off on any judgments and trying to figure out whether the federal government owes the government of Guam $160 million, because after all, it was the military, the Navy in particular, that started the Ordot dump all of those years ago. But Johnny'd tell me stories about when he was a kid, and he'd go and cruise around the jungles in Ordot and find all kinds of stuff. And I think that put him on a lifelong journey of knowing where in the boondocks to find stuff that would eventually go into the museum that the family still operates in Petey. So if somebody told you I was talking about your brother on the radio, all good things, and miss Johnny a lot. It's a real mentor to me all those years ago. 8:52 in the morning, 888-825-888-TALK, and a few other things that are on the table of contents. One of them that I find interesting. This time last year, I was coming to the end-ish of being on the jury duty list. I remember getting the letter. And then I remember going to the all of the big deals that they have, what do they call it, kind of a briefing, if you will, for all of the people that were on the list. All right, this is who you are, this is who we are, and this is what you have to do every day. It's like taking a pill every day at 5:15. Got to make the phone call to the court to find out whether we're coming in, whether my group was going to be reporting for jury duty. Now, I was called on occasion to attend the voir dire. I think I'm saying that right. It's a legal term for let's waste everybody's day. And so you go in, and there's the judge, and there's the prosecution over here, and there's the defense, and there's the scumbag that they're defending. And then there's all kinds of questions that the judge will begin to ask of the body. And trying to find out, is there anybody here who's like really, really sick or needs to be like under doctor's care all the time? Is there anybody here who's a primary caregiver of somebody who's really, really sick that needs care all the time? Are there any students here? Are there anybody for whom they cannot possibly commit to being on a jury? And it's all the way through. And I sit there and silently check off in my head and they don't want you on your phone either.
Yeah.
They don't like that. Yeah, apparently you're supposed to pay attention because there's sacred wisdom coming down. But so to make it all the way through the end, and they finally get to a question that I can stand up and answer in the affirmative, which will get me out of jury duty. And the question is, can you hear a testimony from the police officer and accept that with the same level of trust and veracity as you would from any other member of the community? And I cannot, as a matter of conscience, say yes to that. Right. Because I believe that police officers, by virtue of their training, by virtue of their background, are held to a higher standard in my mind.
Right.
And apparently the court doesn't feel the same way, which is odd. They go, no, you have to be able to hear if Michael Knight is the police officer, you have to accept his testimony the same way that you'd accept anybody else's testimony. I'm going, but he's a cop. And cops aren't supposed to lie. They're always supposed to tell the truth. Protect the weak. Defeat the
forces of darkness.
Exactly. Anyway, so I answer the question, and Judge Senzon said, "Really? Are you sure?" And I said, "Yeah." And she said, "Okay, bye."
Yeah.
So that's how I got out of jury duty.
There's a quicker and easier way.
Which is?
What you do is you walk in, all right? And as soon as you walk in, you look over at the guy, and you get a crazy look on your face and go, "Wow, dude looks guilty to me."
That guy's guilty.
But, say it loud enough that they can hear it in the room, but, seemingly to yourself.
Guilty.
And
they're all guilty. We don't need a jury. You just bring him in front of me. I'll tell you, I can tell by looking, this guy is guilty. That woman's
Judge
guilty.
Ray.
Yeah. We don't need no stinking judges or juries. But there's a guy with an interesting way to get out of jury duty in the Fed side. Watch this to see where it ends up. Antonio Sablan, yes, that one, is over at the courts and the federal court. And he says, I don't want to be sitting on a jury in the federal justice system because I don't believe in the federal government of the United States. They're colonizers, and I've been colonized. And I don't believe that I am the same kind of a citizen, and I should not be here presiding over these federal cases with these other non-citizens.
So in other words, the man is holding him down, and he ain't going to work for the man.
Exactly, or something along those lines. What an interesting way to get out of jury duty. I'm, as I say, I want to see where this ends up. Because, look, for me to try to get out of jury duty by suggesting that the police officers are held to a higher standard than most other people, I mean, that's real, it's honest, it's legit. But what happens when you've got somebody that is supposed to be lining up for jury duty that says, I'm not going to be a jury because I don't believe that I am a citizen of the United States of America. I am a citizen of the Nación of Guahan. And that's all there is to that. So you can take your American flag and your swearing on the Bible and sitting on a jury and go pound it. Because it ain't going to work with me.
And they'll tell him you can take that opinion and go sit your 3 days in jail.
Yeah, well, 3 days in jail might also get charged a whole bunch of money, like $1,000 or something like that. And this is Judge Frances Tadenko Gatewood. I believe this is her court that they're having this conversation. She doesn't saddle up to that very, very readily. She's probably one of those people that says, do you enjoy this benefit of the United States of America? Do you enjoy the freedoms of our Constitution? Do you enjoy the fact that for all intents and purposes, we've got a couple of big Navy base and an Air Force base and a Navy hospital for the purpose of defending and protecting this island? Well, among other things, but I always figured that was kind of a side benefit of it, is that nobody's ever going to attack Guam again because they'd have to deal with the Navy and the Air Force guys that are already here.
I wouldn't want to be one of the guys sent on that assignment. Let's just put it that way.
God, yeah, and just for this, another great benefit to being up in Ajigo area over the weekend, and I parked my car right in front of Anderson Air Force Base, and it's a show. About every 5 minutes, some of the most advanced and latest war weapons, flying machines, right there. I mean, you reach out and touch them. They're that close.
I don't know what was going on. I guess maybe something going on at EPAL Beach, but there were two B-52s that flew low and proud, and they were scooting across the sky. That was sometime Saturday afternoon. I want to say about 2-ish.
Crazy. Cope North is happening. I mean, it's a major exercise that we conduct out here from among all of the American military, but regional partners as well. So, there was a plane that flew over the house the other day, came in from Japan with some kind of troop carrier that had come in from Japan. But like I said, just the firepower that is up there right now for this exercise, and it's all plain as day. You get to watch it, as they make that bank up to what I presume is their runway 6 up there. Anyway, 8:59 and change. Look, the radio station's got another hour of the morning show. Should be Bob Klitsky coming in this afternoon about 4 o'clock. Should be back in town for another exciting episode of Tall Tales with the original guy. And as talk about him, I got to say thanks very much to our friend Daryl Taggarty for subbing for him for as long as he did. He likes it. Bob apparently likes to take these long trips. But should be back on today about 4 o'clock for Tall Tales. We're KUSG got you. Stand by now for Fox News Live.
Turning up the heat on the White House. I'm Steve Rappaport, Fox News. House Democrats planning to request documents tomorrow on dozens of people from President Trump's administration, family, and businesses.
In the wake of Michael Cohen's testimony on Capitol Hill last week, House Judiciary Committee Chair Gerald Nadler said on ABC's This Week, there's a lot that must be answered, and there are dozens of people connected to the White House they want to talk to.
To begin the investigations, to present the case to American people about obstruction of justice, corruption, and abuse of power.
Republicans in the House say Democrats are bent on impeaching the president.
Fox's Gernal Scott. The White House touting President Trump's summit with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un as a success, despite an unsuccessful outcome.
The president said sometimes you have to walk away, and I think he made a very important point to North Korea and to other countries around the world about negotiating with him. He's not desperate for a deal, not with North Korea, not with anybody, if it's contrary to American national interest.
National Security Advisor John Bolton on Fox News Sunday. The U.S. and North Korea saying American sanctions were a sticking point in the summit abruptly ending without a deal. Mother Nature lends a helpful hand for commemorating a critical moment in the fight for civil rights.
Back then, the biggest obstacle was law enforcement. Today, the biggest obstacle was weather. There was a heavy downpour. At one point, midday, we heard tornado sirens go off. And then just minutes before the bridge crossing was to begin today, the rain stopped, the sun popped out briefly, and a large crowd, easily in the high hundreds, possibly low 1,000s, crossed the historic Edmund Pettus Bridge in commemoration of the Bloody Sunday March, which galvanized support behind the 1965 Voting Rights Amendment.
Fox's Jonathan Seri in Selma, Alabama. This is Fox News.
Every time I travel, there's something from home that I can't leave without. I take my Docomo Pacific Data to Go to share my stories in Taiwan, check subway routes in Tokyo, be my food guide in Hong Kong, meet new friends in the Philippines, make updates in the States, find my way around Korea, and check out all the cool shows in Singapore. It's the data I have in all the places I love for only $10 a day. Data to Go from Docomo Pacific. Better together.
Save big. Save really big when you bundle up your insurance policies with Nanbo Insurance. Insure your home, auto, motorcycle, or business with Nanbo and enjoy great savings, up to 50%. When it comes to insuring your property, no one knows better than the company with over 50 years of service to the community. Don't compromise the things that matter to you most. Call Nanbo today at 477-9754 or visit nanbo.com for more information. Nanbo Insurance, serving you since 1968.
Sacramento's largest mall shutting down because of a protest over the police killing of a black man. The district attorney announcing yesterday that the two officers who shot Stephon Clark will not face charges.
Video from the sheriff's helicopter shows Clark moving toward the officers even as they told him on the ground to stop and show his hands. Black Lives Matter called a protest last night, but there were only a few dozen people there, and it was calm. Now, there were concerns about violence. The shooting sparked weeks of protests when it happened last year.
Fox's Dan Springer in Sacramento. An emergency official says an apparent tornado in southeast Alabama killed 2 people and left several injured. Further north, a snowstorm is barreling east after blanketing the Midwest.
Behind the snow system, another round of cold air moves in. Temperatures across the plains and upper Midwest will top in the single digits and teens on Monday. That cold air is going to stick around for a while. Across much of the Midwest to the East Coast, temperatures won't climb above freezing until next weekend.
Fox News meteorologist Adam Klotz. Another milestone for SpaceX.
This test mission takes Americans a step closer to being back in the business of space flight with astronauts. The SpaceX Dragon capsule successfully docking with the International Space Station at 6 a.m. Eastern this morning. It delivered some 400 pounds of supplies to the space station crew. Also on board, a test dummy wearing sensors named Ripley. That's right, after the main character in the Alien movies. Dragon flew autonomously and was able to link up with the space station at high speed all by itself.
Fox's Robert Gray. Number 1 at the box office for the second straight weekend.
If Grimo succeeds, there won't be any dragons left. And it's up to us to put an end to it.
So, what are you going to do about it?
How to Train Your Dragon, The Hidden World, grossing an estimated $30 million. Tyler Perry, A Medea Family Funeral, finishing second with $27 million, followed by Alita Battle Angel with $7 million. I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Fox News.
Helen Keller once said, "Blindness separates us from things, but deafness separates us from people." At Ross Hearing Aids, it's their mission to keep you connected to the moments and the people that matter most in your life. Hearing aid technology has never been better, so schedule your complimentary hearing consultation today. Call Ross Hearing Aids, 637-HEAR, 637-4327. You should hear what you're missing.
I love you, Daddy.
How's your hearing?
Oh, it's one of my favorite spots. Here's one of my other favorite spots, and I get to do the live blurb on my own because King says, we like it when you do the live there, Gibson. Enjoy the King's Crazy 19 menu. And you know, they've got a bunch of different items on the actual crazy lunch menu, crazy breakfast, crazy snacks and apps and things like that. But they've also got this. I don't get to spend a lot of time with it. It's the Fiesta Plate, and it's a build-your-own kind of thing. You can choose from parrot fish strips, marinated beef short ribs, barbecue chicken, shrimp patties, panko chicken, cutlet, pork chops, and that kind of thing. So you can pick any two for like $9.99. You want three? It's only $12.99. So you can put the plate together any way you want it. And there's not a lot of places that let you do that, but there is at King's.
Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. My name is Alicia Blas from Agate, and this is where I start my day, listening to the voices of our community and sharing thoughts about issues that affect all of us. It all boils down to our people and our land. Putehi Igoma'mu. Protect your home. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
The Ray Gibson Show and this Biba Mess Tomorrow Monday is being brought to you by Security Title and American President Lines. APL is shipping the future. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You know, there's never been a better time to go solar. Guam Regional Medical City, first choice for all of your specialty care needs. It's also being brought to you by Cars Plus. Great new sponsors of the programs. And I know everybody's here now because I saw Jen actually running on the road this weekend. So Joey and Jen and Dunge all waiting to take really, really good care of you at Cars Plus. They're driven by you. And now once you bought your Harley-Davidson or your car from over at Cars Plus, go and get it insured. And you can save up to 50% with Nanbo Insurance's Bundle Up plan. Yes, Bundle Up. Are they open today? Find out by calling them at 477-9754.
Real Talk Radio is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
We mean real morning talk radio. You can't make me do that. It's Monday. It's a holiday for a lot of people. This is the last thing that we need is issues or that. Well, you know what? Tell you, I'll get into a few things here, and then anything that feels like it's got some traction, we'll hit again tomorrow. Is what we'll do, right? I mean, prep once and get to use it a couple of times. It's the efficient use. It's reduce, reuse, and recycle. On Facebook Live this morning, I want to say half a day to Vicente Paredo. Beck Salazar is there. Tammy Godwin. Nice to see that name online. Dave Duenas. Paul Barron. And I saw some nice pictures of babies on Facebook of yours just a few minutes ago. Marty Gerber, Joey Toves, Eddie Cruz. And Mo Cotton says he's been listening all morning long, but on the actual radio. But he's online now on Facebook Live. Rudy Magallanes, we were talking about his name being short for Magellan. If you said that name in English, it would be Magellan. His son's name is Hernando, which in English is Fernando. So his kid is named Ferdinand Magellan. Isn't that neat? Way to go, Rudy. Like the way you put that together.
Technically, Fernando, actually not an English name, but hey.
But well, I mean, you can morph it one way or the other. I don't know. Do I want to get into word origins and things like that? Do I want to spend a lot of time on that this morning?
Etymology. Oh, what a wonderful thing to talk about.
Yeah, I was thinking about that over the weekend. There was a phrase that I'd heard somewhere, and I thought, I wonder what the origin of that phrase is. You know, I was talking about tit for tat, and that one doesn't come anywhere close to where you think it might come from.
Right.
But there's a few other phrases that hit me over the weekend while I was watching television. Sorry, not TV. I don't watch TV anymore. I watch a monitor. Basically, that's what I watch these days. It's not television, and it's usually Netflix or Hulu. Somebody was asking me about what cable service I have at the house. I said I don't have cable at the house. I haven't had cable at the house at all.
No, I have a monitor that reminds me every 2 hours if I want to keep watching it or not.
Isn't that sad when that's the only attention that you're getting? This is when just the only attention that you get from anything is remotely connected to human beings is when the television says, "Are you still there?"
Are you still?
You haven't touched the remote. You haven't raised the volume. You haven't changed the channel. You haven't put on a new show. We just keep going from one episode to the other for 3 or 4 hours at a time.
Looking over at the monitor going, "You're again? You're asking me again?
Didn't you just ask me that 8 hours ago?" It's like that, but there's a lot of. I don't want to say that there's a lot of good shows on the Netflixes and the Hulus, but there's certainly enough to keep you occupied. As I said, my current passion is the Penny Dreadful series, apparently. And I thought it was brand new. Apparently, this show has been knocking around since like 2014. And there's multiple seasons of it. So it's apparently not something that's going to get wrapped up over the course of 10 or 13 episodes. So I just realized, oh my God, I've just made a commitment to this program. And oftentimes I'll just put it on and just kind of let it play in the background until some. And God, I took a nap. I put it on and then closed my eyes in the middle of the afternoon on Saturday, and I'm at the scene where one of the stars is in the clutches of possession by the devil, and it's real quiet, and then they're screaming. And then and I shot up like a bolt because I thought it was something screaming in the actual house. Something about that show. So so I might be just now guilty of something that I don't like when it happens to me. And that is when somebody starts talking to me about what they're binging on Netflix and Hulu. Right. And my eyes kind of glaze over for a second. Like, I'm not even going to remember the name of that show. As soon as you're done talking about it, I'm going to change the subject. We'll move on to something else because I don't want to know what it is that you're binging on or think that I might be missing out on some kind of pop culture phenomenon that is out there. So feel free to ignore anything I've said about Penny Dreadful or any of the other shows that I've watched on Netflix, with the exception of the Bill Murray thing that I was telling you about, where somebody did a documentary on the amazing life and times of Bill Murray, if for no other reason because it helps answer the question of what it is that he whispers in what's-her-name's ear at the end of that movie they shot in Japan, Lost in Translation, but also a little bit about just the things that this guy does to keep himself plugged into life, which I thought was great. I mean, there's so many of us, that just go from one day to the next, one weekday to the next, and then it's one weekend to the next, and then before you know it, it's March of 2019, and you go, wow. I just got used to 2018, and here we are, knee deep, a quarter practically into a brand new year. And you're going, well, when does that happen? And about the only way that you can get out from under that is do what Bill Murray does and find ways to do something epic or crazy every single day. Rico saying Amazon Prime Videos, good streaming service too. You're right, but you know what? I could never get the hang of Amazon Prime. I had it because I visited my dad and he had it, and there were a bunch of shows that he was watching on Amazon Prime that you couldn't necessarily get on Netflix and Hulu. Right. But I found that there's a lot of overlap, and on the things it doesn't overlap on, even though it's Amazon Prime, it always feels like I'm getting charged to rent a movie.
No, that's the other thing, because they will charge you for some of the better shows, and I find the interface a bit more difficult to work through.
I agree.
I don't watch. I'm probably going to cancel my Amazon subscription here very soon.
Right. I'm trying to remember the name of the show that that was in my mind worth watching, and I want to say it's called Folks' War. I'm sure that's wrong. I'm gonna Google Foyle's War. That's what it was. Foyle's War, which aired on the BBC between 2002 and 2015. There's about maybe 4 or 5 seasons that go into this. 4, I think. And they had to stop making the show, not because people weren't watching it. People were watching this thing in droves, but they couldn't afford it anymore because it's like every episode had a cameo appearance by somebody that was either super famous at the time or somebody that was about to get launched into fame. And as period pieces go, it looks like it was shot in the 40s. No. There's nothing in there that gives you any sense that is anything but it could have been a documentary. Great for those of you that might be able to find it on the Netflixes and the Hulus, but Foyle's War is worth it. I will tell you, it's an investment in time, though. There are no short Foyle's War episodes. They all feel like they're movie length. So ponder that before you make the commitment. And anyway, I'm sorry. Don't ask me how we get started on that, and then 15 minutes is just evaporated in the hour.
That's okay. We spent 10 minutes last hour just talking about how nice it was that the roads were getting fixed properly.
Well,
and that was only 2 spots.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just there's every once in a while, you get there's issues that are out there, right?
Yeah.
But every once in a while, you just gotta kind of take back and take a seat back and go, hey, there's something nice happening on the road.
Right. No,
Look, something is actually getting done. Things are getting fixed around here.
I think we'll do a whole day-long program if they ever take that fence down.
Oh, I will broadcast from there.
From there in the middle of the meeting.
I'll do the show from there. I'd take out the gear and the microphones and just sit out there and just bask in the wonderful. Which is why it's never going to happen. No. I've sorted this out in my head. It's never going to happen because I've railed against it for so many years. It is now my personal issue, and the last thing that anybody in the government wants is any kind of clue that the guy on the radio has any power whatsoever on anything that happens on Guam. So they're going to go, yeah, we wanted to do it. Yeah, within about, 3 weeks of putting it up, we thought it was a lousy idea and wanted to take it down. But since Ray Gibson's been belly aching about it for as long as he has, if we take it down now, it'll look like we're doing it because he said so. And there is not one person in a position of authority in this town that wants to do something because somebody on the radio embarrassed them into doing it. But I can still live with the fantasy, can I not? 916, 888-8255-888-TALK. There are some other interesting things on the table of contents this morning. They've been looking at the numbers of car thefts on Guam. 2017, which I think is the last year that the numbers are available. Apparently, there were 320 cars stolen in 2017. And in my mind, but apparently in my mind only, I think about car theft as probably the stupidest crime there is on Guam. Because it's not like, in California, you steal a car in Los Angeles and 24 hours later be 2 states away.
No, yeah.
Right? And I just... Why would you steal? I mean, there was... when I was a kid, we used to call it joyriding.
Right.
Where we'd back in those days, I mean, we're talking about analog cars, so you could literally get underneath the dashboard of a car and find a couple of wires, short them out, and then start the ignition, and then pretty soon you're on your way. And there's a story about how John Forbes taught a class of seniors that at Father Duenas, and overnight there was a rash of car thefts. Now that's power. That, my friends, is power. But 300 some odd car thefts in 2017 alone. And I wonder about what's going on in the minds of the people that are stealing these cars. And I thought it felt like such a rare thing, car theft on Guam. And I remembered my father had his truck stolen from right out the house. And you would think that somebody would steal the car and maybe they'd torch it, or they'd steal the car and start taking it apart and get the tires and the catalytic converter and just all of the things, and then sell off the parts. In this in the case of my father's pickup truck, the guy stole it and then was driving it around like it was his car. He apparently didn't take any pains to paint it or tint it or change the license plate or anything. And so my dad is Pop's driving by the hospital in his other car, and he looks at the truck and he says, "That's my truck." And he called me and I called the police, and we just kind of hung out there and waited until the guy came out with the police officer. Guy was working at the hospital somewhere, right? Probably still working there. And he was working at the hospital. He was doing some kind of crazy shift in there.
In charge of the finances.
Yeah, right. And the police arrested him, and that was the end of that.
That's crazy. On an island like this, many times that's the sort of thing cars are stolen for, is just to joyride or to get from one place to the other. Sometimes they'll steal the car in hopes of finding valuables in the car, but not necessarily anything to do with the car itself.
Right.
So they'll steal it, they'll drive it off, they'll ransack it to look for anything valuable,
and then just kind of dump
just leave it there, and then boom, it's gone. And then the others, of course, part them out.
Right. Well, I mean, that's the rule on Guam, is if you leave your car parked on the side of the road any longer than a couple of hours, yeah, that's what's going to happen to it. Is the vultures will start coming in and taking it apart piece by piece by piece.
When I first got here 2 years ago, you couldn't leave your car in the Micronesia Mall parking lot without somebody stealing it.
At any rate, so it's one of those kind of interesting and unusual crimes that you think would not necessarily be a problem here on Guam. But 320 cars in 2017, that's about one a day. That's about one a day. If you give these guys some time to take off. 20 after 9 o'clock in the morning, and then we catch them, and I don't know what happens to them after that. I will tell you that there's a story about the guy that apparently was maybe responsible for that murder out in Harmon, and they've got him under lock and key and bond. What did they put that at? $500,000. And he doesn't seem to me the kind of that's got the wherewithal to be able to get out from under that. So they'll have the hearing and in a couple of days over at the court, and then they'll start working on that trial. And we'll see who's going to be in it. Is there going to be jury duty on that one? Stephen Klein on Facebook says, when I was on jury duty last month, one of my high school classmates suggested this in order to get out of jury duty. Just tell them that you think the death penalty should apply to all laws. Trust me, you won't get selected. You know, it's possible, but did you try it, Steve? That's the question. Did you actually try it? Because there's all kinds of crazy stunts that you might want to pull that you say, oh, I'm going to do this if they ever call me for jury duty. I'm going to do that. Because I'm badass. I'm gonna do all this stuff, and they're gonna let me off jury duty. You know, when you're in the room and they got the armed marshal over there and the lady or the judge with the robes on, you know, there's a certain gravity that it's kind of, you know, even myself, you know, born and bred smart aleck. When I'm in there, all of a sudden I get this sense like my mom's watching, and I have to be on my best behavior.
Yeah, knowing that the door is locked also helps keep one behaved.
There's that. You know, just you know, if I bolted out of here right now, how far do you think I would be able to get? Would I make it to the door? Would I make it to the front door? Certainly not going to make it as far as the car because, you know, I park across the street. And anyway, at 9:22 in the morning, and they're just a few of the things that are popping into my head. 888-8255-888-TALK is the phone number if you've got a couple of things that have been popping into your head. And a question I'm going to ask, no, didn't try it. See, that's what I thought, Steve. A question that I've got in my head is because there's this ethics committee now that has been reformed. This become common practice in the government, where everybody wants to say we are going to be transparent, and you'll be able to see through all of the mechanisms, and there's not going to be any closed-door meetings, and we're not going to talk to you in double speak. And, in fact, there is going to be an ethics commission, and we're going to find people to sit on this ethics commission. And so they've reformed it, and they found some people that they've nominated now to this ethics commission. So the question that I have, and this is a legitimate question, so I'm hoping to get a legitimate answer from somebody on the Space Force that is the Facebook Live viewers. And the question is, what do I do if I think there's somebody that is guilty of an ethics violation in the government of Guam? What do I do? How do I get this ethics commission impaneled to look into my allegations? You know, in the case where I run into somebody that I think has taken liberties with policies, procedures, maybe even the actual law. How do I get this commission impaneled to the point where they can actually do something about it, meet, and determine whether or not, in a very transparent and open mechanism?
The whole idea is just preposterous, Ray. You know, no one would have any need for an ethics commission here on Guam.
Are you sure?
We are as pure as the driven snow.
Pure and chaste, as I say. Hey, you know what I'm looking at right now? You have to guess.
I don't.
No.
Guess.
So I ran into Mindy, literally. Mindy Uggan from the Guam Daily Post. I ran into her. She says, "Hey, did you know?" And I'm looking at her like, "You're the lady in the news business. So if I don't know, you have to tell me." And she says that we're running your video on the Guam Daily Post, right? Any screen, anytime. So there is Facebook Live where you can see the program and watch what's going on. Look into a real live talk radio station and see what's happening. And so you can watch us and interact on Facebook Live. You can watch but not interact on YouTube Live, or you can go to the point.gu, which is a website, right? Not .com, but .gu, because we're all about Guam. And watch the video there. But on the Guam Daily Post page, postguam.com, they have got the video as well. There's a little player that will pop up near the top, and if you press the arrow button, it will call up the stream, and you'll be able to watch this program on that just the same way that you would on Facebook Live or any of the other things. So I think that's awesome. You know, you want to do the same thing. I don't charge for that. You know, once the stream is out there, as far as I'm concerned, it's out of my hands. So if you know a thing or two about being able to cut and paste some HTML code into your website, well, by all means do that. In fact, I should offer that to the guys over at the other radio station. See if we can get our player on their page.
It'd be a better show.
9:25. All right, checking to see. Let me just take a quick look at the Facebook Live and see if anybody is it an ethics violation if a law appears to be broken? That's how you do it. Ken Leon Guerrero says, make a donation to the re-election campaign, and that's how you're going to get an ethics panel on something. Is it an ethics violation if a law appears to be broken?
Not all broken laws violate ethics. So, you know, it depends on what law is broken.
Well, Daryl, I think I'd need an example of something like that. So it would be a little bit more specific. I mean, in the case where, you know, it's obvious, like bribery or something like that.
Right.
Or, you know, some of the other concerns. Was there an ethics violation? As an example, was there, you know, to what degree were ethics violated when the tax commissioner last year gave a pass on a business that had apparently had wandered off from paying their taxes to the tune of about $14 million. And there's a settlement, but unfortunately that settlement is sealed and we don't get a chance to see that. Could an ethics panel, in their investigation, could they, with their authority as this ethics panel, be able to open that sealed settlement and find out what documentation was in there that would support that kind of a write-off? Just saying. Just saying. Are there other ethics? Are there other ethical questions associated with some of the headlines that we've got these days? So I don't know. I mean, it's nice that we've got the thing, and we've had it apparently before, but never had anybody to serve on it. I don't know that anybody's ever taken anything to it. Closest thing that we've seen to some of that, I want to say, has taken place over at the legislature, and they conducted a little bit of an investigation into some of the dealings of Jimmy Espaldon. But I don't know what the be-all, end-all was on that, because I think all of that was sealed, kind of an executive session as well. So that might be the other thing, is this ethics panel. Is that something that we ought to be able to put on Facebook Live? So when these guys meet, when they actually ask the questions and bring people on board who have been assertions made that perhaps they violated some ethics of the government of Guam or ethics of public administration in the investigation and in the hearing, is that something that we'd be able to see? or would the ultimate irony be, yeah, we're the ethics panel devoted to transparency, but everything's going to be in secret. Everything will be behind closed doors and under some kind of a seal unless we find something or until we find something. I don't know. I don't know. Here's a question. If ethics violation, here is a question, comma. If ethics violation is violated, what can be done about it? Will they have the other authorities? Will they be able to say, yeah, there's an ethics violation, and we find Michael Knight guilty of being unethical in his dealings with the public or in his dealings on behalf of the public? And so what penalty will Michael Knight have to endure?
Yeah, that's interesting.
At the end of this ethics hearing.
Yeah, because naturally, if a law has been broken, then you do have legal recourse. But if it's just a matter of ethics, which is kind of a gray line anyway, for some, you know, one man's ethics is another person's protest. Yeah, it's interesting to see how they'll enforce any of that.
And I wonder if maybe they've stumbled over questions like this in the past. I don't know. 9:29 in the morning, 888-8255 is my telephone number, and we'll spend a little bit more time in that foray, in that search for transparency and the truth. Or not. We'll see. iConnect time is, ouch, 9:30 in the morning. Don't do that. That actually hurts my ears. 9:30 in the morning is iConnect time. Swing by an iConnect and ask them about 2019. They've got crystal balls. They know what your telecom needs are going to be this year, and they know how to price it as well. So ask them about the great prices on push-to-talk, mobile, and internet.
It's important to have claims process that works for you. At Guahan Insurance Services, we make things simple and convenient. Same door you walk in to purchase your insurance is the same door you open to file your claim. We can't pretend that the car insurance claims process is fun, but we can promise a hassle-free and speedy recovery without any runarounds. For your home, auto, and business insurance, visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center on Marine Corps Drive in Tamuning. Don't forget to like us on Facebook or give us a call at 475-1162 or text 929-SAVE. That's 929-7283.
Do you like hamburgers as much as I do? Yes. I like hamburgers when there's chicken in them. I like hamburgers when there's fish in them. Lent's coming up, and Wendy's, I'm sure, is going to have something cool for Lent. But right now, they have got the Made to Crave menu. They have pressed the reset button on a bunch of their burgers, and you are going to love the outcome. They got the barbecue cheeseburger with sweet and smoky barbecue sauce, the Sawsome Sauce Bacon Cheeseburger, with bacon in it, by the way, and the peppercorn mushroom melt, which you'll enjoy because it has savory mushrooms in it as well. And I love the extra texture, and I love the way the mushrooms pick up the flavor of that steak that they're basically cooking that in. So try it. The Made to Crave menu waiting on you at Wendy's.
At Guam Regional Medical City, it is our mission to become the island's premier choice for specialty care, like cardiology, pulmonology, neurosciences, orthopedics, oncology services, and more. We aim to protect our island from heart attacks, strokes, cancer, and diabetic complications. But should you suffer from such diseases, we're ready with world-class options, both inpatient and outpatient. For more information, visit us at grmc.gu.
George Flores is online, and Rudy is asking a question about Virgin Orbit. Did you hear anything about Virgin Orbit? No, I have not heard. Not lately. You know what? We haven't bothered Tom Atta in a while over at the Guam International Airport. That's where he works now, because he's not a senator anymore. He's give that up now and enjoying the life of the general manager of the Guam Airport Authority. And to what degree he's enjoying that job, I don't know. I don't want to say he's inherited a mess, because that would mean that somebody else, Chuck, was doing a lousy job. The other Atta that was at the airport, but there's certainly some things that require a whole lot of serious attention there, up to and including perhaps the ethical violation that eventually turned into a contract with Lodi Duty Free, and that has been DFS's contention all along, is that there were some serious and intentional missteps that were taken in that procurement, and it does point to if they are correct in their story as they describe it, then yeah, I think there was some serious unethical behavior that took place at some point in that process, and they say up to and including perhaps the then governor of Guam. So I always thought that was an interesting conversation. But then you move on to this thing with the construction, and it doesn't look like there's an ethical issue there as much as there is a problem with, and there's every single person in the world that's done any kind of renovations knows this. I want to renovate my kitchen. I've got a kitchen, and it goes back to 1973. It's all the same cabinets. And I think it's the same family of cockroaches that lives underneath the kitchen sink as well. There was an attempt a few years ago to change out the countertops, which was botched like you wouldn't believe. So I mean, that's among the first. I'll show you pictures. I mean, it's ugly. I'm trying to like buy me drinky bar.
Dude, we could take a weekend and fix that.
Yeah, might could. But here's the thing: is I presume that the plans that I have for that kitchen, I mean the drawings, are probably nothing like what's actually underneath the sink, in the plumbing, in the electrical. I'm almost positive that's going to be the case. Just because there, like I said, had been a couple of attempts at renovations in the past. So I'm not sure that I want to do this. Anyway, so they've got it at the airport. They're doing the same thing, which is we need to have another way for people to get on and off the airplane while they're in this sterile area, so that oncoming traffic doesn't mix with outgoing traffic. Now, why that's a problem around here, I'm a little bit shaky on, because virtually every other airport I've been in, you know, Honolulu, all the airports in the States that I've touched ground in, they don't have a problem with me getting off the airplane and wandering around with people that are going to get on the airplane in a half hour after they've cleaned it. It probably has something to do with us being, you know, this far away from the borders and international traffic, I presume. At any rate, so they've got to do that at the airport, and every time they knock down a wall, it looks like Tom Hanks has been there in that Castaway movie, right? Where he's in the airport, stuck in the airport because his country doesn't exist anymore. And so he takes, you know, the show I'm talking about, right? You've never seen that show?
No.
It's a Tom Hanks movie. You haven't watched every Tom Hanks movie there ever was in the history of...
Not every one of them, no.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I've seen Castaway. I don't recall that being
No, he didn't fix an airport in the Castaway movie. But in this show, he's in a country and there's a coup and his country doesn't exist. Wow. And as a result, his passport is worthless and he can't leave the airport.
I hate when that happens.
I know, and so he's got to keep himself busy. And so he takes to taking care and doing some construction work in the airport. And so I'm trying to use that as a simile in this story here to say that work has been done at the airport and they've patched things up, but nobody wrote anything down in the actual plans. So it seems to me that the story at the airport is every time they go to do more work at the airport, they find differences between what's there and the as-built drawings.
Talking about the terminal.
The terminal! What's the name of the woman in the movie, the flight attendant woman?
I saw Catherine
Zeta-Jones. Yeah.
That was back when she was still really pretty. She still is, but...
Yeah, it's one of the most frustrating movies that I think.
I can only imagine.
Yeah.
That's where you had to sleep in the terminal and other things. I saw some of the, I saw the trailer and everything else. I didn't actually see the movie.
Yeah, Rudy says he loves the movie, but it bothers me. I don't want to give away too much of the end, but it's the unresolved nature of things at the end of that movie that kind of torque me off.
It's a Spielberg movie.
And then the other one is the one where he is the castaway, right? Mm-hmm. And he goes and delivers the box to the lady, right?
Yeah.
And then the movie ends. And I'm going, what happens now? Does he fall in love with the woman? Is the mission accomplished? Does he open it up and go, oh, I didn't need this? Right? He opens it up and then it finds it's something that she doesn't really need. We don't, what's in the box?
That's true, yeah.
Anyway, so that's why it's kind of a frustrating movie to me. One of just a handful of Tom Hanks movies that I just scratch my head at and go, I want my 2 hours back. Can I please? Is it possible that I can get that back? Anyway, I got 9:37 in the program here, and there's a couple of other things that I want to move through. But I just, I'm trying to avoid getting into a rut here, because I find sometimes we get in the last hour of the program, and sometimes it's just me railing on the criminal justice system, like I'm a part of it, right? But in this, there's another case that I'm very curious how it's going to end up. The guy's already been found guilty. There's this dude, and he's been found guilty of slinging meth, and they're talking about the possibility that he could face up to 5 years in prison. And I'm going, that's all? Just, it feels like, I don't know, for as many problems as we have in this community that are tied just so intimately to crystal meth, right? So the guy that they picked up, that is alleged to have killed the Korean fella in Harmon. He's the reason why he was high on meth at the time, and maybe that contributed to a murder. And so we've got somebody now who has sold ice. He's sold crystal methamphetamine, and in my mind is a partner in crime to everybody that's breaking into homes and breaking into cars and killing people. I'm here to tell you, I don't think that these people would be acting out the way they were if they weren't addicted to ice.
No, I agree, but meth doesn't make you a godless piece of crap either. So You know,
Yeah,
he
but-
had other issues before the meth hit him.
There is probably that. There's probably that. But I mean, do you think that there might have been a contribution made as a result of him being on meth?
Oh, absolutely.
And maybe in the process of committing a crime that turned into murder.
The fact of the matter is drugs, all drugs, even a beer affects you differently than it affects me. Different people, different strokes, different folks. So he may not be someone that can actually do meth and stay within his right mind. There are some people that can do meth all day long.
And
they can go
and
out and
still
be
function.
professionals and do their lives, and everything's fine. I've met those kind of people.
But you get the point that I'm trying to make, and I hear you for sure, definitely. But the point that I'm trying to make here is that you get these ICE dealers here on Guam, and as far as I'm concerned, they're just as guilty of the people that are out there committing the crimes, and they need to, in my mind, also be held for higher accountability as a result of that. You get a regular meth head, just somebody that's just addicted and strung out on it. Yeah, I see you got a problem, and we got to find ways to patch you up around here. But you get the guys that are slinging it, that are dealing that death in these tiny, expensive doses, because it's apparently not that hard to get it here, and the profit margin is pretty big. In my mind, 5 years ain't long enough. I mean, there needs to be serious, in your face. Everybody notices when you get punished as a disincentive to everybody else that would be slinging it.
I'm all for public caning.
Hey, I am also of the opinion that maybe there's Duterte might have been onto something, and maybe kind of a ham-fisted way that he goes about it, and maybe there ought to be at least a semblance of due process. But ask me, I think with all of the problems that the people have getting on, getting off, and the life that they have to lead as a result of being addicted to methamphetamine, you could probably convince me that capital punishment would be an effective tool to dissuade these folks from getting into this business. And so watch and see. Now, it's going to be in Sokola's court, and she runs hot and cold sometimes on these drug dealers. I would hope that this time there is going to be run real hot on this guy. And if the minimum is 5 years, get him in there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and make him pay. Good morning, Jimmy.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Have a nice, sir.
Yes, I just wanted to comment about that. You're right. I'm addicted to meth. I've worked 19 years at the same job I'm at right now. It's a hard thing to break. I've been through rehab. I've been through getting, and it's hard. And you're right. The ones that sell it, they should get punished just as the ones that buy it and use it. But it's a hell of a drug that is very hard to try to kick.
I've heard that, and unfortunately, Jimmy, I know more people that have died from the addiction, and because it just feels like from that first or second hit, it's all been decided for you. Everything now has been decided for you by the drug, up to and including your time of death.
Yeah, the only thing I could say is if you've never tried it, don't do it, because you'll always. It's a sad story, and.
How's your Jimmy? How's your family holding up with you in this addiction?
The scary part about it is they knew I've done it before. They think I've been off of it for 12 years, but I just hide it. I do it on when I'm by myself, and it's a feel that when I go home, I've finished doing it. When I go home, I'm a different person. I'm nice. I try and be, try and do all the kids' homework with them. It motivates me to be the parent that I should be. And when I'm coming down from it, I'm probably one of the worst fathers, because I'll snap. I'll get mad for no reason, and it's scary. It's not something I like to do, but I've gone through the rehab. I've tried it. And the worst part about it is the people that tell you not to do it one time is the same people that when you go back and they know that you're hurting, just try a little, maybe it'll get you through. How can you help someone out when you're already enabling them in the same same facility, you know.
You know what? I do know a couple of people that were fortunate enough to, and I don't know what pillars they had to move of heaven and earth, but they were fortunate enough to get out from under the drug. And for a lot of them, it was, in one case, it was, I got to leave town. You may have to leave Guam and go someplace where you don't know anybody, you don't know where the connects are, you don't know where the hookups are, and find God, quit drinking, quit smoking, everything else that you do, and start with a complete turnover of a new leaf.
Yes, that's the best. I believe that's the only way is to get away from everyone you know in Guam. Get away from Guam.
Mm-hmm.
Guam, it's easy. You could get it from your uncle, your nephew, your coworker, anyone. It's easy, and it's fairly cheap if you know the right people, but it's just not worth it.
Wow. A hard habit to break. I mean, your prayers for you and the people like you, and you know we gotta get to the top of the food chain here and find out who's doing this dealing, and then deal with them appropriately, so that because it's you now, and you said you had this habit for a long time. I remember when I first started becoming a thing here on Guam, and that was back in the 90s, in the middle of the 1990s.
Yeah.
It's amazing because it's amazing to me, Jimmy, because there's all these people that know folks like you that their lives are just completely torn apart upside down, and they still smoke it that first time. I don't get it. How is it that this drug that everybody knows is a killer? How is it possible that people still try it?
Because I guess it's popular. It makes everyone think that you try it and you're part of the group that knows where to get it. You've got instant friends.
Wow.
You got it's like it makes you popular.
Dude, I remember hearing about girls that would take it because it's speed, right? And so they'd take it to lose weight.
That was everyone thought, oh, that's the worst that could happen. You're going to lose weight greatly. You lose your mind, you lose your friends, you lose your dignity, you lose your respect for yourself. All that time you don't have it, that when you take another hit, you feel you're the best person again.
Man.
You come down again, and it's just not worth it.
Dude, it sounds like you got things under control for now. So try to use whatever control you have and start working. I don't want to say it's like smoking cigarettes, but I tell you, I quit a million times before it took. So there's a promise that you got to make to your kids and to yourself. So work on that, all right, Jimmy?
I will. Thank you, Ray.
There's people praying for you right now. I feel it. The prayer warriors are hearing you, and maybe a trip to church might help too.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Take care, brother.
Thank you.
It's 9:47.
Tired of your wireless prepaid service cutting you off when you reach your limit? Introducing Unlimited for Less with the new $2.50 a day prepaid plan from GTA. Enjoy unlimited local calls, local text, and unlimited data for only $2.50 a day. And now including unlimited calls and texts to the U.S. You can post, call, or text without worrying about reaching your daily limit. Come into any GTA store or visit gta.net for more information.
Experience the Take Care difference. Take Care members can count on accessing a high-quality, credentialed network of on-island providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and Urgent Care, access to an extensive off-island network of providers, and the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. You can count on Take Care to deliver comprehensive, accredited insurance coverage and quality health care when and where you need it. Take Care. Our island, your health plan. Learn more at takecareasia.com.
Yeah, there's not much you can say. Somebody comes forward like that and says, "That's me, man. That's my poison. That's what it's going to be about." Yeah, JB, same feeling as I've got. Prayers to Jimmy. That's a real call from the heart, there, buddy. And I feel for folks that are in that situation. It's an itch you just cannot scratch and get out from under. But maybe, huh? Maybe if get the right people supporting, the right people they're calling in prayers and favors from God, maybe that'll work out for them. 10 away from 10 o'clock in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. And while I'm thinking about it, and because I have a whole list of this, now, when you see these people later on, don't tell them that you heard that it was their birthday on the radio. Just say, hey, happy birthday. Or I just remembered today's your birthday. Happy birthday to you. What are we doing? So go find my trailmate, Kyung Shipman. She's got birthday today. Sharad Bajwani works over at Speaker Tina Rosemunya Barnes' office, is celebrating her birthday today. Happy birthday to you. Old baseball buddy Wilton Akta, who is, I believe, in the States celebrating his birthday. Judy Gutherts, that's former Senator Judy Gutherts, has got a birthday today. Who else? My friend Mitch Danila. And old buddy of mine, used to work with him at Hit Radio back in the old days, and the biggest Broncos fan that there ever was, Rudy De Los Santos, is celebrating his birthday. I call him Madman Rudy from back in the day. There might be a few other people celebrating birthdays as well. BJ Cruz had a birthday yesterday. Happy birthday to you, Nino BJ. Anybody else? Barbara McCarran. I see a birthday with Glenda Estrellado, and it was Glenda that used to run a place called Signatures, was it not? Yeah, I got to be careful mentioning Signature. We get into and start talking about places like that, and then what happens is you sit in a warm bath of nostalgia for an awful long time. What was that? I just got a note here from Tom Tomasiak. Stephen Tomasiak turned 17 years old today. That's nice. Oh, what a compliment. It doesn't happen very often, but I got treated to a compliment a second ago. A friend of mine has a son that is applying for college. And as many of you parents will know, when the kids are applying for college, they got all kinds of paperwork they got to put together. And it's nice to have a letter of recommendation from somebody in the community. And I have been asked to write a letter of recommendation for somebody here this morning. Isn't that right? Just wait until you hand this thing off to somebody at admissions in a college, and they're going to go, "Who's that?"
Now you're going to get the additional send of that message, and oops, wrong message.
Yeah.
Bad.
Wait a second. Oh,
message has been deleted.
Yeah, we're looking for somebody else here. Whoops, 9:51 and change, and looking at the month of March. What is it? Every month has got a theme to it, right? Here it's Miss Tomorrow month. In honor of the history and the culture of Guam, some of which was marred by the colonizing interloper that was Ferdinand Magellan. But what are you going to do, right? It's the way the history books were written. They got to deal with the same thing with Columbus in the United Snakes of America. But there are other things for March, including Music in Our Schools Month. And whatever it is that we need to do, we need to put more music in. You know why? Because we got a generation of kids that if you turn on the radio these days, think that that's music.
Well, first of all, most of them don't even know how to turn on a radio.
But you know, I'm again, this is one of those things. I guess there's a certain timeline that you hit where all of the music that has come out after a certain time period sucks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I really do think that there are a lot of songs out there, and a lot of things, a lot of material that's out there where there has not been any thought whatsoever about the musicality of the song as it was produced. I'm here to tell you there are songs that I'm surprised it's actually in stereo anymore, because nobody seems to be paying any attention to the actual sonics that go into it. But you turn, I mean, just the distinctions, and you turn on a couple of. I was thinking about this as I was listening to it. Long Train Running by the Doobie Brothers.
Yes,
China Grove by the Doobie Brothers. Anything by Steely Dan. Anything by Steely Dan. And you listen to it, and you hear the incredible range of talent that the musicians had in those days. They weren't looping things, and they weren't sampling things. These are real drums, real guitars, and real keyboards that were getting played in real time by these artists. And it's just so great to listen. I mean, people say, well, we've got HD radio. We got the, if you're listening to this on HD3, punch back to HD1 and hear the incredible sound of the tunes that are getting played over on Boss 104. And think in terms of the musicality, the sound of the music that was getting played. So maybe if we put more music teaching into schools, and actually have kids playing instruments, learning how to play instruments, maybe then they'll be able to go back and turn out some really, really good songs in 2020 and 21. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Ray, I got one for you.
Okay, go ahead.
During my classes, while they're working on their assignments, I have a radio station that I'm playing for them because they're sitting there at their keyboards and learning their typing lessons and so on.
Yeah.
And after class the other day, this one student was telling me about not Simon and Garfunkel, but Sounds of Silence and the remake that was done by Disturbed. And he was talking about what a great new song it was. I looked at him and I said, I said, it's a great remake. It's almost as good as the original that came out in 1967 by Simon and Garfunkel.
Isn't that something?
And he looked at me and he went, huh? I said, yes, that song originally came out in 1967 by Simon and Garfunkel. And he said, how did you know? I said, because I was listening to the radio when it came out.
Oh, that's great.
And I admit, Disturbed's remake is awesome, but it's so funny. I mean, I've even asked kids, I said, what's one of your favorite dances to do when they're at a school dance? And they said, oh, the electric slide. It's so new. I said, oh, yeah, 1976 or 77 is when that one came out. And they just look at me. They look at me like I've just ruined their life because things that they think is the greatest and latest has been around for maybe half a century.
Yeah, the same way I felt when I found out that lumpia wasn't something that was created by the Chamorros. I always thought that was something that was totally us. Red rice, same thing. I come to find out, wait a second, we borrowed that from somebody else's culture, somebody else's kitchen? Can't be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get the same thing. You know, my daughter obviously loves music, and so we're in the car, and every once in a while, you know, she'll hook up the Bluetooth to the car, and I will listen to what it is that she's got, and it was a song. It was Tears for Fears. I want to say it was The Hurting, and somebody did a remake of it, and so when her version of the song was done, I said, I want you to hear something, and so I played the original, and she thought, wow, that's a cool remake. And that's not the remake. That's the original. The song that you played is the remake of it. And I have to tell you, I don't like the new version of it. It's just I'm one of those guys. Mark, same as you, right, buddy?
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think one of the things that the schools, not just Guam, but in general, the lack of music education, music teachers, choirs, bands in the elementary and middle schools. I think we're doing a disservice, and that is as important as they say the 3 R's.
I don't disagree with you, and I think that music can contribute to a better understanding of the 3 R's, including the arithmetic, because it's one of the things about music notation I was never able to learn effectively was how to count in music. I'll talk to you soon, Mark. I wanted to get Daryl on before it gets to be too late. Good morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Ray. You know, I keep waiting for jazz to come back as popular music.
Wow. Well, you know, it has its ups and downs. I mean, which jazz are we talking about? And to what degree do we equate, modern? Oh, what do I want to call it? Like there's this soft jazz sound that comes on every once in a while.
Right, but just some attention to musicality would go a long way.
Well, I try when we're in the car and I got the kids in the car. I try to impress upon them the skill that had to go into, and like I said, any song by Steely Dan. Just anything by then, and you can pick it apart and listen to any one of a dozen instruments that they have, and listen to real impresario class playing that was going on in those songs, and they weren't done by very, very old guys either. You think about how old some of these artists were when they were putting together some of this great music from the 60s and 70s.
Well, you listen to some of the best groups of that period, and they were trios. And they didn't take a lot of production work. They just stood in front of microphones and amplifiers and did what they needed to do musically, and it resonated. I just learned yesterday that Van Morrison's Brown Eyed Girl came out. He put that out as his first song after the group Them in 1965.
I didn't realize it was that old.
That old, yeah. It's like a couple years older than I thought it was. I thought it was 67, but it's actually 65. And then it was just repackaged and not re-recorded, just put on a later album.
Well, the good news is, on top of that, the good news is Queen is apparently very popular again because of the movie, and maybe the kids will learn something from people that actually went to music school, graduated from music colleges. Hey, I got to run because the music's playing in the background. I hear Bob Klitzky on the radio this afternoon, and thanks for subbing for him, buddy. Radio station KUSG, Agana, here it comes, Fox News.
Steve Rappaport, Fox News. Authorities in southeast Alabama saying a suspected tornado killed at least 2 people and injured several others. Meteorologist Meredith Wyatt with the National Weather Service in Birmingham.
We did have generally 6 to 8 at least warned storms that were capable of producing a tornado. And so we have received we've been flooded with numerous reports of damage to structures, many trees and power lines down in southern Lee County specifically.
The storms destroyed mobile homes, snapped trees, and left a trail of destruction. Severe weather warnings also in effect for parts of Georgia, Florida, and South Carolina as the system moves across the region. House Democrats planning to flood the Trump administration with requests for documents, calls for testimony, and subpoenas if necessary. Judiciary Committee Chairman Jerry Nadler telling ABC's This Week it's not an impeachment probe yet.
Impeachment is a long way down the road. We don't have the facts yet, but we're going to initiate proper investigations.
Republicans calling the move a desperate one.
I think what we're going to do is just draw a contrast between, how they're acting now and how we act when we're in the majority. I mean,